My name is Tyler Fornes, and I am one of the co-hosts of the Good, the Bad, and the Hungy AEW podcast here on the Voice of Wrestling Podcasting Network. We take a broad scope approach to the world of All Elite Wrestling and the entire universe of Tony Khan. We talk about the big matches, the big stars, the promos, the storylines, and we also look at it from a big picture perspective. How are things going to change over the course of the next 10 years with AEW still in the picture? How are companies like WWE going to adapt and adjust to AEW? Are they going to be a similar way like they did with WCW in the late 1990s? Will there be a counterpunch? We talk about all of that and more on The Good, the Bad, and the Hungy every week on the Voice of Wrestling Network.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Omakase. It is episode number 254. This week, we are bringing back a old Omakase standby, which is the mid-year awards. And I've assembled I guess you would say, all-star panel of recent guests. So 3 people have all been on episodes recently. I'm very pleased to have them all back on to go over our mid-year awards. But before we do that, there's a bunch of breaking news here on Sunday, June 29th, so it's ended up being great that we're recording, so I guess we're going to get to all the breaking news first. But let's go one by one on the guests. I'm just going to use the order there on my screen, which means we start with you, Velkej. Hello, Velkej.
Hello. Your favorite STARDOM correspondent is back with some mid-year awards. I will disappoint John with not voting for enough other promotions than outside my main promotion, I guess. I think I did some note taking. I have paper notes. I don't know if you can hear it, but I'm waving with the paper against my microphone, so maybe there's happening. So I'm going to do the Dave Meltzer today.
There you go. Next up, we have from the Emerald Flow Show is Paul Volsch. Hello, Paul.
Hello, John. I don't have paper notes. I just have an Excel sheet that I filled out. Most of which was already filled out, but I will say there was one category that I struggled with that I literally filled in like the last third place on that one 2 minutes ago. So we get there when we get there.
Yeah. And then finally, we have returning from the longest Omakase episode, I think ever. I think that was the longest episode ever. It's Arametha. Hello.
Hello, how you doing, John?
I'm good. I'm currently a little baffled about pro wrestling, but I guess that's I slept really late this afternoon because
Yeah.
my weekend sleep schedule got thrown off mostly by Stardom actually. But yeah, so I've been watching a lot of like live shows and just kind of staying up super late. So I woke up probably like only like less than an hour before we started recording this, and I'm like trying to process like what the fuck has been going on in pro wrestling lately. And I guess that's where we're going to start before we get to the awards. So there's two big news stories I think today. They both came out of the Sunday the 29th in Japan. The big one, I think, the big one is, and again, I'm about to give spoilers for Tanahashi Jam. If anyone out there is trying to avoid spoilers before watching it, I guess try not to listen to this part, although I'm going to put it in the description too, so you might get spoiled by that anyway. But, if you're trying to avoid spoilers before it ends up on New Japan World, I think you're going to be in trouble. But anyway, Zack Sabre Jr. won back the IWGP World Heavyweight title in Nagoya on the Tanahashi Jam show that was only aired on CSSI. He did not air outside of Japan. So I don't like. I'm so confused by this decision on so many levels. The one thing I will say is Hiroki Goto's world title reign had started to feel more than a little long in the tooth before he lost it, at least in my opinion. It was such a feel-good moment when he won the title, but, we reached a point where he had been champion for so long now since winning that belt that, it almost felt like the underdog had become the favorite, sort of, and it just kind of was a thing that happened where it's just like, he didn't feel quite as special as champion anymore, and the crowds were starting to be down quite a bit. The Dominion tour was down quite a bit. Dominion was down quite a bit from last year, I believe by 700 fans, and some of these New Japan Soul Tour shows have been down. This Nagoya show did do very well, although part of that could have just been it was the final show in this building before they close it. I believe just permanently, right? Not even for renovations, because they're building like a new building, I think.
I think it's going away completely.
Yeah.
I think they're building something new in its stead, but I don't think there's something right now that can be used instead of that, which is what happened with Yokohama Bunka. When they demolished, when they closed it down for good, they opened Yokohama Budokan basically almost immediately. So the kendo that's happening there had somewhere to happen, like in the Yokohama. And then they opened last year Yokohama Buntai, which is at the same place where the Bunka was. And it's next to the Budokan, Yokohama Budokan. But I don't think they're doing the same thing for the Dolphins Arena.
Yeah. So it's, that probably was part of the Nagoya show being up. But recently, a lot of the New Japan numbers have been down. Obviously, part of that is, Naito leaving. I think that's pretty obvious to anyone with a brain. But, the Goto reign clearly wasn't keeping business on fire, at least, is what you could say at minimum. But he loses the title to Zack. And Zack is a guy who feels, it feels like ice cold beating lukewarm. Like, that's how I would put it. Because, Zack was not a hot champion at all. His shows did not draw well when he was champion. And he's not been booked strongly at all since losing the title. In fact, he's felt completely lost in the shuffle, if anything. So, the fact that this ice cold guy beat this lukewarm guy, he's a foreigner and he wins it on a show that foreigners couldn't even watch. And he wins it on like I've seen people say, well, it can set up something for Forbidden Door. But again, what is the point in having a guy win the title to set up something on the foreigner show when foreigners can't even watch it? So it's very, very bizarre. A very weird decision. And I don't know. It just feels like New Japan is such a floundering company right now. Just a very poorly booked company. And it's another baffling decision in a series of them this year. And I don't feel like I'm not on here screaming like I was on the Dominion review, because I'm not really mad at this point. There's a lot of things I'm a lot madder about with New Japan. First and foremost, not putting Taichi or Hiromu in the G1. But like at this point, it feels like, what are you going to say? It's just they feel like a very cold company, and they now have an ice cold champion again. I mean, I don't know. Paul, anything you want to say about this Zack Sabre Jr. decision?
I mean, I agree that like the Goto reign was kind of long in the tooth a little bit. On the other hand, I was kind of hoping it was actually going to go all the way to the Dome, because I think that would have been like the most surefire guarantee to have a great title match at the Dome, right? But that's not going to happen. Like, what I'm really afraid of is that now they're going to run back Zack versus Umino at the Dome like a year later. Right, like that didn't get over the first time. There's nothing that Umino has shown that like he deserves that shot again. But I'm really scared that New Japan just has it like locked in their mind that like this is the story that they're telling, is that Umino's going to come back the year later and he's going to redeem himself and he's going to win the title. And I think that's absolutely the wrong decision. And yeah, I'm kind of really scared for like the second half of the year for New Japan, because it could be really dire.
Yeah, I just don't really see what the setup is for Zack, especially with the House of Torture stuff going on. Like, I thought the House of Torture major push was to set up like Goto and Hontai versus House of Torture as like the big storyline for the second half of the year, which you could think that might have sucked anyway. But like, so now we have a giant House of Torture. We have Zack from TMDK with the title. Are we doing TMDK versus House of Torture, which seems like a weird fit for the second half of the year? It's just very, very weird. I don't really see where any of this is going. I don't really see what the vision is here, and I don't really see what their second half is going to be like. And yeah, we've hit the point where, if I wasn't super into Stardom right now, would I even be going back to Japan at the end of the year? I don't know. Like, Wrestle Kingdom with Tanahashi's retirement feels like such a lesser draw for me than going to the Stardom Sumo Hall show for the first time, and getting to go to 2 Stardom Korakuens too. Like, that is the draw for me for this trip, which is crazy, because it's like New Japan just feels so low on my depth chart right now. And obviously people listening to this know, if New Japan is this low on my promotion depth chart right now, somebody who's gone to Japan 5 times to see them, I don't even know what, like, of course a ton of people aren't watching at all, because, they're running off someone who's as hardcore of a fan as I've been. It's just really, really bizarre. Arametha, do you have any thoughts on the title change?
Yeah, look, I'm going to be the guy in the Norman Rockwell painting, standing up and saying a very brave and correct thing that everyone in the audience will agree is very brave and correct. I'm glad they kind of did this title change on a CS Asahi show that
CS Asahi, yeah.
Asahi that nobody in the West can watch, because we had to be reminded that this is not our promotion here, right? This is a Japanese promotion for a Japanese audience. And anytime they do try to appeal to Westerners, we end up getting stuff like New Japan Strong, right? So in some ways, this is coming back to our roots, right? Where we're kind of outsiders looking in on the promotion here. Beyond that, I don't mind Zack being champion again. I kind of disagree with you, John, that he wasn't booked strongly up until this point. I'm pretty sure he hadn't eaten a pin besides Goto since New Beginning, right? And he's been getting wins in tag matches as well. He feels like he should be the second strongest booked guy in the company behind Goto at the moment. And I don't think this is leading to Umino either. My mind immediately went, oh, maybe Goto versus Zack is the big match they want at Wrestle Kingdom. They want Goto to win to the G1 and come in as the challenger, which I'm okay with. But also, I'll be honest, none of this excites me, because we've been here before, and this is not what New Japan needs right now. They need a shot in the arm, not to go back to someone who they think is safe.
Yeah, Goto Zack. I mean, that's something, I guess, but like that is such a boring Wrestle Kingdom main event. If so, I mean, we just saw it in February, and we're going to see whenever we can actually watch Tanahashi Jam, we're going to see it again. I mean, my thoughts went to, if you want to be the optimistic approach, my thought went to Tsuji winning the G1 since he lost to Zach in the G1 final last year and then beating him, and he's in the opposite block, so you could avoid doing Tsuji Zach again until Wrestle Kingdom. But I don't think that's the most exciting Wrestle Kingdom main event either. So I don't know. But I mean, it would make some sense from a booking perspective. I don't mean that Zach.
Who
I was just gonna say I don't mean that Zach.
Exciting main event in Wrestle Kingdom. There's nobody. So
Goto Tsuji would have been a little more exciting than Tsuji Zach to me.
Yeah, I'm with Velkej on this. I don't find it exciting either. Uemura.
A little more, not.
What about Uemura though?
Yeah, I don't know. They've kind of wasted so much time with these guys that's how it created this, this situation where none of them feel that exciting. I mean, honestly, I would have said before a month ago the most exciting Wrestle Kingdom main event they could have done was Tsuji versus Kid, but they completely destroyed that with letting Kid join the fucking Death Riders and then running the match back again at Dominion and having it not be nearly as good as the first time. So now that would not be exciting at all. But yeah, before the last month, that would have been the most exciting Wrestle Kingdom main event. But womp womp, I guess, as usual for this current New Japan era.
Yeah, this is a decision I can justify in the abstract, but I think in terms of the flow of how the promotion is booked, right, it feels like a step back.
Yeah, extremely so. That's exactly how it should be described, as a step back. It's dreaded. We've already been through this, and it's like a stopgap again. So we are again booking it off for another half a year or something like that. It's very not satisfying.
Yeah. Zach's going to have great matches as champion. I don't have any doubt about that, but there's just zero momentum to him holding the belt.
Yeah. And him holding the belt into the G1 also just feels like, I don't know, that's going to draw. Zach as champion is going to draw in the G1. Because the G1 is focused a lot on who the world champion is, and he's expected to help them draw. And this company is so cold at the gate, putting aside this Tanahashi Jam show. I think we're going to see some really dire attendances during this G1. But no Naito, the belt back on a guy who didn't draw the first time. I don't know. I just think they're going to be some really dire attendances. That's my prediction.
I mean, just real quick in Zach's defense, I mean, it's not like there would be anyone else they could rely on to draw, right?
Goto as champion would have been a little better, I think. I think it would have drawn a little better than Zach.
I'm unsure about that. His story has run its course. Going back to Zach is very unsatisfying, but as Arametha said, it makes sense, and in the abstract, I can justify it as well. It's Goto's story it's done. Goto's revolution is over. He has gotten his golden watch. Let's move on, or rather, let's move back to move on.
And it gives more juice to one of the best feuds in New Japan over the past year, right? Goto versus ZSJ. So, yeah, it's not a crazy decision, I would say. It's just the opposite of an exciting one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm a little more.
Did we talk you down from the ledge at all, John?
Not really, because I still don't see how he was booked strongly since losing the title. I mean, he didn't get pinned, but what did he really do besides? Well, he did eat another pin in the New Japan Cup too. Actually, now I think about it.
Oh, that's true.
But yeah, yes. But what did he really do besides? He was in a tag match in match 2 at Dominion. I don't even remember what he did on the Dontaku tour. I don't think he did anything. I don't know. He just felt he felt even more downcycled than New Japan downcycled guys typically feel. Or maybe it's just because he felt so cold as champion to begin with that, in the downcycle role he felt even colder. But yeah, I don't know. He didn't feel like a guy being built up to win the title again at all to me. So I don't know.
Yeah, it might be hindsight is 2020, and I'm seeing a pattern there now that he has the belt that I wouldn't if he had lost the challenge again.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see this coming, and I saw there were a few people on Discord, and like Frazier on Discord said he thought it was going to win. And when he put that argument out there, I was like, it kind of makes sense, but I just can't see them going back to a failed champion when houses are down anyway. And it's like that's what they did apparently. So I don't know. It does feel also like this element of like inmates running the asylum too, where Zach probably only agreed to lose the title to Goto in February, knowing he was getting it back in June. So I don't know. Just New Japan is just a very dire promotion to me at the moment. I just, they're not gonna. Spoiler alert, we get to our awards. They're not gonna win a lot of best awards. Besides, there's still some great matches there, but really the booking is really bad. So
one quick real argument I would make that at least I would, as a positive, I would take out of this is this basically completely rules out Evil winning the title, which I was kind of afraid of they were going to do.
Yeah, I don't really blame you. I honestly, would that have been worse? I don't even really know if that would have been. I don't know. Like they put so much focus on House of Torture anyway. Would it really have been that big of a deal if they just put the belt on Evil? Maybe you could even make a coherent narrative around like one of the young guys saving the company and beating Evil for the title. I don't know. Maybe
Evil wins the G1 and beats
No.
But Wrestle Kingdom is a young guy versus Evil. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Oh, I wouldn't have had him win the G1. I just would have had him get a title shot some other way. I would have gone back to the G1 winner getting the Tokyo Dome title shot, and I would have had Evil win the title some other way first, and then drop the title to like Tsuji or Uemura, whoever at the G1. I mean, at the Tokyo Dome, Especially since you can also like main event the show with something else. You can main event with Tanahashi's retirement. So I don't know. I'm not convinced it's a great option, but I'm not convinced it's a worse option than Zach. So I don't know. Anyway, the other big story was after the Stardom show that took place early on Sunday, the 29th in Japan time, Sayuri made the announcement that she is taking some time off from Stardom. So I will say it doesn't seem like a jump or anything. It doesn't seem like she's leaving permanently for, AEW or Marigold or WWE or anything. She did specifically say she's going to come back and try to win back the IWGP. But she said she needs time to heal up. She said she needs time to, get trained in America and get better. I don't know if that means she's going to show up on Forbidden Door or something, or like in the build to Forbidden Door. But it does sound like she's probably going to be out at least a little while, which would be no Syria in the 5-star, the 5-star Grand Prix that's starting in a few weeks in Stardom, which is obviously a major loss for that tournament. I will say as long as she actually is coming back, which again, based on how she worded it, where she specifically said she wants to come back and win the IWGP title again, I don't think that's really in question. I think she is going to come back. As long as she comes back eventually, it's not a disaster, but it still obviously hurts the 5-star. Even though I do think Stardom is one of the only promotions that has the depth to withstand a loss of someone at series level, both in ring and like as a top star. But yeah, it does suck that they're losing her for this tournament because she's having an amazing year, as we're going to get into when we do the awards, and it is still a big loss for the tournament. Velkej, you unmuted, so I assume you want to say something about this.
Yeah, the biggest issue is that we are going to lose her run in the 5-star, so I'm going to lose either the Azumi match against her or Momo match against her, which were always like the highlights. And that's basically the worst thing. I have not even thought about her doing a jump or anything when I read the news while I was walking from the shop with backpack full of shit. So it never crossed my mind that especially because it's not March or immediately after March, so her contract, she has already signed a new contract with Stardom. It's fine. There were some thoughts about her being a freelancer, which not joining Marigold, by the way, but being a freelancer last year, which I think she learned how the current freelance life is after she was after she main evented Korakuen Hall show with 192 people of Asuka project with some other WINC people from old haunts. I don't think she wants to do that. I think Stardom life is good for her in this way. And what's very interesting, or rather notable about her, is that she has not been injured or taken a break for more than 14 days since she has come back to wrestling after her stint in UFC, which was in late 2019. And since then, she has had matches basically every month, outside of March 2020, which wrestling in Japan was shut down completely. So since wrestling returned after the start of the pandemic, she has had matches all the time, and she has not stopped. So maybe it's just that's 6 years she's beaten up, and before that she got kicked in the face a lot. I cannot hold her. I cannot be mad about that. She has given me a lot of great matches, even this year. So go off, have fun, do some shit for big dollars in America.
Arametha, do you have any opinions on this Siri news?
Yeah, I have no doubt she's coming back, especially because she mentioned that she wanted to try for the IWGP women's title again. This makes sense to me if she wasn't going to win the 5-star, right? If the backstory to this is she went to Okada and said, I kind of need a break. If you're not going to have me win the 5-star, I would like to do some easy wrestling on AEW and make a paycheck, and then come back and rebuild the feud with Suri. That seems like the most likely scenario to me at the moment.
Yeah, and I will say, I guess the big positive, for me personally, is to me, this greatly increases the chances that they're holding off the series rematch until either the 12/29 Ryogoku show or maybe even Wrestle Kingdom itself. So
yeah, this is a long-term feud for the two of them. I get that sense too.
Which I'll be in attendance for. So I would definitely appreciate seeing their third match of the year. Or I guess technically next year if it's Wrestle Kingdom. I mean, the only thing about Wrestle Kingdom is would they give them enough time? That's really what I would worry about for that. So that's why I'd rather have it on Ryogoku.
They will give them exactly 10 minutes.
Yeah. So.
Rather 14 minutes with entrances, which is 10 minutes of match time.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe we should just keep it to Wrestle Kingdom. I mean, keep it to Ryogoku then, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm planning to be there as well, so hopefully I'll get to see the conclusion. I'm planning to, yes. We'll talk later.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, we definitely need to talk about that if we are going. But yeah, so I guess those are the two big news stories. And was there any other big news? I can't really think of anything. But I guess Big Japan losing Daisuke Sekimoto is another big story that just happened.
Natsu Sumuri found the love of her life on the latest 666 show, if you haven't seen that.
Okay, there you go. It's a big story.
Actually, no, I just thought of something. Shun Skywalker being X.
Oh, yeah! That's interesting, obviously. Given that he obviously has the match against Yamato, where if he loses, that's coming up only in a few weeks, I think. I think it's July 13th or something, right?
It's very soon. Yeah, I don't know the exact date.
Yeah, it's coming up in a few weeks, I believe. I might as well let's just look it up, I guess. Dragongate Kobe World 2025. July 13th. Wow, I actually know off the top of my head. See, look at me getting locked back into Dragongate. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I have a question for y'all. Is Shun Skywalker good?
Yes. He is actually good. Yeah.
Okay, because there's a lot of people on the Discords I'm on who hate his guts.
There's the Super J-Cast Discord, which we're both on, really just hates Dragongate in general. A lot of the people on there, so I get it to a degree. I mean, look, I'm trying to think of the nicest way to say this without offending either side. It's become a meme for the Super J-Cast people So I get it on their from their perspective. It is kind of a meme. The Dragongate people, to me, have had a tendency to overhype some of their young wrestlers in the last few years, which I don't think the actual quality of them has, to me, the actual. The actual quality of them to me has not really lived up to that. I'm sure people think the same thing when they see my 30 under 30 list and it's got like 16 Stardom wrestlers. So, I'm sure, different opinions are going to disagree about, the young wrestlers that deserve and don't deserve hype. I will say I've been watching more Dragon Gate shows lately, and I have been mostly enjoying them, even though I don't think a ton has stood out to me from like a work rate perspective. But yeah, I mean, there's a few Dragon Gate young guys I really like. I mean, Ishin is great. Homare, for his experience level, looks really good. Trying to think of the other ones that have impressed. Mochizuki Jr. has looked really good. And I do like Madoka Kikuta, especially as like a big guy. And now that he's turned heel, he has like a little more of an edge. So yeah, there's a few guys that I really like. There's a bunch of other ones who I think are a little not as good as they're hyped up to be a lot of the time. So it's just kind of, I'll be interested to see a lot of them in bigger spots. But yeah, I'll be interested to see a lot of them in bigger spots at the Kobe Festival. But yeah.
So if Shun Skywalker jumps to New Japan, which I think a lot of people were interpreting what happened today as a sign that that's happening, what do you think his future is like in the company?
See, now this is interesting because I don't necessarily think he is jumping. I think this is him fucking with everybody. Like by doing this right before the Kobe World, it seems like something he would do.
It's his story, isn't it? That he's going to leave Dragongate if he loses the title match against Yamato, right? I think that's what's going on. And he has been, if I'm not mistaken, which I can be, isn't that why he wasn't like, he positioned himself above Dragongate to be actually a heel for his own home promotion, like a real true heel, because he thinks he's better than everyone else. And this is just another break in the story, I think. I don't think he's leaving. I don't assume it fully. I don't know. I don't watch Dragongate, so I've watched a few matches here or there, but I don't watch it like to have a proper feel for that. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, my general opinion is that he's not leaving until he leaves. Like, I'm not going to put it past him because he does feel like such a big star. And if my apologies, you can hear this power saw outside. These guys have not stopped with the power sawing all day. But anyway, so I think it could just be a storyline thing, like Velkej just said. It wouldn't totally shock me if he leaves because he does. It's also kind of a shoot that he kind of feels like a bigger star of the entire company. So I wouldn't be like totally shocked if he really was jumping to New Japan. But until it happens, I'm still kind of of the opinion that this was done to make the fans think it could happen more than it was done because it's actually happening. But I guess we'll see.
I thought I saw he joined LIJ. So
did they say? Well, the LIJ's dead.
That was part of my confusion. Yes, I'm going entirely off of chatter on a Discord here for my news. Terrible source.
I think someone misunderstood that he was side by side with two guys who have been in LIJ in the past, but are not there anymore. That's I think what brought up the confusion.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's like, but I guess back to the Dragon Gate point, like there's some young guys who are really good, and there's other ones. I think Paul actually did the sneeze for Yuki Yoshioka. He's like a super overrated guy to me. Dragon Dia, I've never really seen that much of anything out of either in New Japan or Dragon Gate. And there's they don't even really like Kota Minoura that much, but he's another one that's really never clicked for me. But yeah, I don't know. So it's a weird mixed bag, I think. Like there are some young guys I think are really good there. There's some other ones who I think have not really lived up to whatever their potential is supposed to be. And there's some who are even younger that still might be really good in the future, I guess. But, trying to take this fairly, I guess. That's kind of how I feel. having watched a bunch of Dragongate shows recently. But yeah, what I mentioned Daisuke Sekimoto leaving Big Japan. I guess that's kind of big news, although I don't know. I mean, Big Japan, they drew 504 fans for the Strong Climb final. I mean, they are in dire straits, that is for sure. I made like a list of the lowest attended Korakuen Hall shows of the year so far. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. And like they're all over that list, unfortunately. I mean, they're like, they have the 4th, the 5th, the 8th, and the 9th, and the 11th and the 13th lowest drawing Korakuen Hall shows of the year. So 1, 2, 3, 6 of the top 14 lowest drawing Korakuen shows of the year are all from Big Japan. So definitely not a promotion that's in a healthy state at the moment. But I don't know. Anyone have anything to add about the Daisuke Sekimoto thing? Doesn't seem like it. Okay.
Go to Big Japan shows if you have the chance, because who knows how much longer you're actually going to be able to.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. All right, so let's get into the actual awards here, because that is what we're here to do, the mid-year awards. So for people who have never heard one of the past mid-year award episodes, back when this was a regular podcast in the past, this was one of my favorite things to do in the middle of the year. Since we're at the exact halfway point at the end of June, basically just taking a bunch of Observer Award categories, plus one that's a couple that's not in the Observer Awards, I just think are interesting to do for because we're obviously primarily a Japanese wrestling podcast. But yeah, basically the idea here is to recognize who the best and worst of the half year have been, because sometimes some of them can get overshadowed by the second half of the year and then kind of become not as important to the year-end awards. So I thought it was a cool thing to do, the mid-year awards, and so something I've always enjoyed doing. So we brought it back here, the mid-year awards for 2025. So it's anything from January 1st up until now, which again, we're almost exactly at the end of June here. It's June 29th as we're recording this. So anything is eligible. And a lot of my favorite matches came from, an 8 days. 2 of my favorite top 3 matches came from an 8-day span in June. So definitely was some stuff right up until the end of June that came through on my end, at least. So we will start with Best Rookie. I kind of left this vague, the exact qualifications for Best Rookie. I was trying to keep it to people who are around, who started in the last year, but the Meltzer Observer Award thing is so weird anyway that it's kind of vague on what will be eligible by the end of the year. I think all 3 of the people I voted for would all be eligible at the end of the year, but I could be wrong. But anyway, so let's start with so for most of these awards, for the best ones especially, we're all picking 3 each. For some of them, including the worst ones we're going to do later, we're only picking 1 each. But Best Rookie, I did ask everybody to pick 3 each. So let's all give our third place Best Rookies to start. I'll give mine first. I went with Sari Yamaoka from Marigold. I think she's been super impressive for a wrestler that only started in January, in a promotion that really had a lot of wrestlers who were just starting out last year who looked pretty rough at times. And some of them, as we've discussed on this podcast, have pulled out a bit. Like, some of them have really, like Ray Seto is a great one who really did not make a great first impression, but has looked much better in recent months. But yeah, this was good to see Sari Yamaoka, who they pushed as a super rookie, who's looked really good pretty much right from the start, which I think Marigold really needed, and has been part of why their 2025 has been a lot better than their 2024. So that's who I went with for third place, Sari Yamaoka from Marigold. Velkej, who did you have for third place in Best Rookie?
Okay, since you have, I have assumed it's from the 1st of January, so I quickly changed my my votes. So third place is Henri from Actwres Girlz. She debuted in October last year at Korakuen. She has already had a first title match, and she does it's Actwres Girlz, so she has limited moveset and does stuff that's not great. I think she has a great future because she gets wrestling. It's very similar to Miku Kanai, Kanai Miku, or like Natsupoi today. It's like you can see it from the start that if she leaves Actwres Girlz after 2 years or something like that, which she should, because that's a dead place if you want to be a lifer, she will have places to sign to and will thrive in them. So Andre from Actwres is my third place.
Awesome. All right, Paul, who do you have third place for best rookie?
Yes, so I actually changed my vote later on that one. So at first I had Taish Nagao in there, but then thought about it a little bit, and actually I went with Archie Cole in the end. He, despite the fact that I've really only seen like a handful of matches of his, but I was very impressed with that. He's like an 18-year-old British guy that Noah just brought in for like the most recent season of Monday Magic. And he has looked very, very impressive in that one. And he's also like improved like over the course of that season. Noah also seems to be gushing over him constantly, like on the social media. Nosawa seems to be like ready to like make this guy his next project. So I really hope that like he like moves into the dojo and just stays in Japan for a really long time, because I think he has the potential to become a superstar.
Alrighty. I actually haven't really seen him at all because I haven't really watched the Monday Magics, just like a few matches here or there. So I'll have to check him out. Arametha, who do you have in third place for best rookie?
Yeah, I have Kikyo Furusawa, who debuted on May 21st, 2025 for Stardom. She is someone who started as a fan of Stardom, actually, and went to shows. And in fact, regulars at Stardom know who she is, presumably know her shoot name as well. And I think knowing the promotion like that has really given her an edge as a rookie. She came in with a much wider moveset than most rookies would start out with. She had an engrossing debut match with Hanan, and I don't think Hanan is one of the easiest veterans to have a great singles match with. She isn't necessarily someone who can carry someone all the way to a great match, but Kiku more than held her own there, and just in general has the right combination of look and moveset and confidence that I think is just going to carry her far.
Yeah, I will say she was one of my last cuts. I mean, I really thought about right here, and she just hasn't wrestled quite long enough for me. Maybe only like a month, so she's someone I might consider voting for at the end of the year because I think her package is really good. Like she has, she does that really cool like leg trip into the leg submission thing that just it feels like she does like the Rana into it too, and it feels like again being a fan, you have to be a fan to have your like initial big thing be like a unique setup into a leg submission. Like that definitely feels like something a nerdy wrestling fan would come up with. So I appreciate that as a nerdy wrestling fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, she has a really cool look too. Like the
she
whole
does.
Gothic Lolita thing really stands out. So
so I told you yesterday, John, that I spent like 3 hours agonizing over this list. To be honest, half of that was the rookies. It was really, really hard to cut the list of 7 I had down to just 3.
Oh, who's some of your cuts then? Let me hear.
Let's talk about that afterwards, actually, because I think there's a pretty good chance you're going to mention some of them. I did kind of choose Kikyo strategically because I was pretty confident you and Velkej would name some of the others I had.
Okay. Second place. Who do you have second place? Arametha, let's stay with you. We'll do like snake style here.
Oh, sure. So I have another Joshi wrestler as my best rookie. But weirdly enough, he's a guy. I don't know how that happened. But I'm talking about Daiki Odashima from Noah, who is a junior, very recent debuted September 14th, 2024. And he has the energy and the pace and the balls of steel that I largely associate stylistically with Joshi wrestlers. But it happens to be a very tiny guy, and he rules. I love him so much. He adds electricity every time he is tagged in. He's one of the best hot tags in wrestling right now. And I think he could go far in Noah, but unfortunately, he is extremely small.
Paul, who do you have for second place?
Yeah, so in second place, I actually have Seri Yamaoka. from Marigold. Similarly to what you already said, John, I'm very, very impressed with her. Like, again, she's one of those super rookies, right, where it's just immediately obvious that she is going to be a big star. I think it's also something that Marigold kind of desperately needs, is like you know that there's going to be somebody they can build around in the future, and I think it's very obviously going to be her, and unless something horrible will happen. So yeah, I expect her to, like, I mean, she already is kind of getting pushed more than like somebody that debuted 6 months ago is normally is. So, but I do expect her to kind of rapidly ascend to like the top of the promotion, like I don't know, maybe next year already, even though that sounds insane.
Velkej, who do you have for second place for best rookie?
Okay, I have Senka Akatsuki as the second best rookie. I have her second because I cannot put her first, from the simple reason that she's in Marvelous, so she will be stuck in one place for the next 5 years. I have seen this happen with the class of 2018. It has taken. I think Maria has finally broken out last year, so it has taken 6 years. Her Kohaku is whatever Kohaku is in Wave, and Sarah is May Sarah. At least
I mean, she's one of the best wrestlers in Stardom, though.
Disagree there, but okay. I have a different opinion about that. But she has, at least because she has run away from Marvelous and joined promotion that pushes people quicker and more actively. She has gotten bigger spotlight than she would have if she had stayed in Marvelous, at least. So Senka is on the second place for this justification. Otherwise, she would have been the first.
My second place, I went with Homare from Dragongate, which, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the Dragongate people I think is absolutely worth the hype that he gets for being so young. I mean, he just debuted last September, and he's like basically one of these people that really stands out on the screen whenever you see him. I mean, he has a ton of charisma. His ring work, everything he does looks so smooth. He just looks like a guy who naturally picked this up immediately. And looks like a future top star for them. So definitely, one of the best rookies going in wrestling for me right now, at least. So definitely, so that's who I went with here. I went with Amare. I'll be interested to see what he's like, because they had him turn heel almost immediately, like literally on his first night in the company, I believe, back in September. So I would be interested to see what he's like as a babyface in the future, and if his charisma translates to being a babyface. But, he's definitely off to an amazing start as a heel. So Hamari is who I went with in second. And then first place, I went with Senka Akatsuki. Again, just Velkej, kind of already talked about it. But, I haven't seen anyone appear in wrestling in a long time who looks like they've been doing it for years and years and years when they just started, quite to the degree of Senka. I mean, she just looks like such a natural in there, and she looks like, she has the charisma, she has the in-ring, everything she does looks so real with that amateur wrestling background, and she's like one of my favorite wrestlers to watch, period, right now. So I don't know how she couldn't win best rookie for me when she's only been around since October, which just blows my fucking mind that she's already this good when she's only been around since October. So definitely, I think definitely the best rookie going for me. And easy pick here for first place. Velkej, who do you have as the current best rookie?
I have Shino Omukai. I have found Shino Omukai when she was 11, when her mother started posting pictures of her in the MMA gym with training alongside with her, which was 5 years ago. And I have I have assumed that she's going to debut in Stardom when she hits 18. Because of the Stardom Marigold split, I got it 2 years sooner than I expected. And I cannot vote for anyone else than her in her debut year, because I had hope for her that she would be natural, and she has blown my mind in the few matches that she had, because she's even better than I assumed she was going to be. It's she is going to be the biggest star in Joshi if she keeps doing it for at least next 7 years. And she will be the top star in the whole scene. Possibly the outside of the US companies, the biggest woman star in the world. And I will stand behind this prediction. You can write it down. When she's 25, she would already have been like one of the major stars in the scene.
I mean, I don't disagree at all. I mean, she looked amazing at her debut match, but I guess we'll see, what she looks like by the end of the year. Paul, best rookie.
So for best rookie, I went with another Noah guy, and it's Daiki Otoshima. He's already been brought up. Just absolutely amazing talent, top to bottom. A little bit of a spoiler, this isn't actually the last time I'm going to bring him up on this list. Ooh. He's going to come up in another category. We actually talked this on the last episode Gerard talked about it on the last episode of the Emerald Froschler, where it's like, it is almost a shame that he's as small as he is. Because if he was just slightly taller, like he would be like the next big, like heavyweight ace, babyface ace for Noah. But like even in Noah, which has fairly relaxed standards when it comes to like the height of like heavyweights, he's just way, way too small. But I think like even with Noah having a tendency to kind of fuck up its junior aces, I think like he is going to be undeniable. I think he's going to be the ace of the junior division in, let's say, about 2 years, because he is just that good already.
Arametha, who do you have as your best rookie?
Yeah, I have Marvelous's Senka Akatsuki as the best rookie. Similar to what Velkej said, she has the aura already. She commands a room even as a rookie, and the technical wrestling background means that she stands out. She got people completely absorbed in a match in Vegas against Aja Khan, largely built around her just trying to push Aja Khan's shoulders onto the mat over and over again, and the crowd getting more and more hype in the process. I bet a lot of these people didn't even know who she was when they came in, and they don't forget her afterwards. Velkej is right that like her ceiling is lower than it should be because she's probably staying with Marvelous. But I don't mind that. I mean, the 2018 rookies were pretty much 1, 2, 3, the best rookies in wrestling. And I think that's still true here.
Alrighty. So there's our first category, best rookie. Next up, we have best. Oh, actually, no, Arametha, you were going to talk about your people you cut.
Yeah. So Yuria Hime was one who was really high on my list.
I thought really hard about her too. She's so good in the last few months.
She's such a good baby face. She's so good at selling. And you compare the gap between where she was when she debuted and how good she is now. It's kind of amazing how quickly she has progressed. And then some of the other ones that were already brought up. Sari Yamaoka, I think, is a notable one, and I'm a little worried about her. It was mentioned on commentary during one of the Marigold shows during Nane's retirement that Sari had said she was thinking of retiring from wrestling, and Nane persuaded her not to do it. I get the sense that when she came into Marigold, part of it was she really admired Julia, and Julia is no longer around. And she's only 18 years old. And I get the sense that while having Nane there to help her was very healthy, she might not be ready to be a singles champion on her own, right? And because part of that means also being a leader. That may not be a role she's comfortable with, and it may not, and she may also be figuring out this might not be something I want. So just early signs that I may be reading too much into that she might not be sticking around in Marigold all that long. But if she does, she's obviously just incredible at what she does and is, again, distinct because of her technical wrestling background, her freestyle wrestling background. We should really consider trying to recruit more freestyle wrestlers into Joshi and less Judoka.
Yeah. I mean, it's the freestyle wrestlers are really really doing well at the moment. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so there's your best rookie category. Yuri Hime, I like for them to have recruit this this God, what I can't think of the word Gravure idol, right? Is that where she came from? And
I mean, she should be if she isn't. She's got the ass for it.
And for them to train her,
she was the butt model. Classic.
She was
Yeah.
a butt model. She has a great butt. She should be very proud of it.
But yeah, for them to train her into such a great wrestler in such a short amount of time is pretty crazy. And, I think says a lot about where Stardom's training is right now, because she looks so much better than she did even a few months ago. So,
Mm-hmm. And the turning point was the match with Mayu, more or less, right?
Yeah, totally. So let's go to the next category, which is Best Tag Team. We're going to start with third place. This time we'll start with you, Arametha. Who do you have in third place for Best Tag Team?
Yeah, my third best tag team of the year so far is Kyoraku Kiyome from Tokyo Joshi. This is the tag team of Hyper Misao and Shoko Nakajima. The first half of the year at Tokyo Joshi Pro was kind of built around them. They had their tag team tournament, the excellently named Max Heart tournament, and Kyoko Kiyome, who have been tag team partners for a very long time, built a pretty effective story of, we want this to be our year. This has to be our year that we both win the tournament and win the tag titles. And after coming second for a few years, they finally pulled it off. And they pulled it off in an insanely satisfying match that I'll talk more about later.
Ooh, okay. Third place for you, Paul?
Yeah, this was one of the categories I really struggled with because I don't think this has been a good 6 months for tag team wrestling. So I went with Hanan and Saida in Stardom as my third place team. I thought they've just had like a really solid reign. I thought there was some matches that I really, really liked that they've had. To be quite honest, I don't necessarily think I would have voted for them in like many other years. But I just thought, like, out of the promotions that I watched, none of them had really like that many like blow-away tag team matches, so they kind of ended up as my third place team by default.
Velkej, who do you have third place for Best
Black
Tag
Saints,
Team?
Ishii and Taichi. They have had 2 matches. I don't care. They are the first best tag team in the world. They're awesome. Their match in Dominion was the only good part of Dominion, and I have seen them. Did I see them live at Takataichi? I think that was their first match ever together as a tag team.
No, you didn't. Not at Dentaku, because they beat Naito.
Oh,
and they beat Naito and Hiromu earlier in the tour at Wrestle Red Zone.
Oh,
which is
okay.
awesome
That's where I saw them. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, you went to that too, Wrestle Red Zone?
No.
Okay.
I was I was binging a lot of random stuff after I got back, so
I got you.
it all like is in a big pile of stuff that I have seen that I don't really remember because it was like, okay, I'm back from Japan and I have watched a lot of wrestling live. Let's watch the wrestling that I have missed while I was there.
Makes sense. Third place. So actually, I'm going to give the snake thing. I give my third and my second, and I can be quick because they're both already mentioned. Third place, I have Wingori, Hanan, and Saida. I think they have had a very good Goddess of Stardom title reign. It was a little slower for me earlier in the year after they first won the belts. I didn't love the match with or the build either for the Mayu and Momo defense, so maybe that kind of was why I felt like they were only in third, but they've really turned it on in the last few months. And, they had an awesome match at the Natsu and Shiori show against Izumi and Starlight Kid, and then they had another awesome match at the Conversion against Natsu and Shiori. So definitely one of the best tag teams of the half year, and again, as Paul said, not a super strong half year for tag teams, but I do think if they continue this Goddess title reign, I think they could be a real contender for the award by the end of the year, especially with how the last few months have gone. Second place, I also put the Black Saints, Taichi and Tomohiro Ishii. Again, they've only been together a short time, but in that short time, they've had 2 4.5-star matches, in my opinion, against Zack Sabre Jr. and Jun Akiyama at the Takatechi Mania show, and against Saito Hiromu at Wrestle Red Zone. Their match where they won the tag titles from Callum Newman and Great Okan was the best thing on that show, like Velkej just said. So, just again, if they can keep these belts through the end of the year and have some more great matches, they could be another one that are in contendership by the end of the year. Especially since my first place team, I'm not sure how much they're going to be. My first place team of the half year, I'm not sure how much they're going to be teaming the rest of the year, as we'll get to when I get to them. Velkej, who do you have in second place for best tag team?
I have Ichigogo. That's an Actwres Girlz team. It's Naru and Marino Saihara. Marino Saihara is a champion, is a singles champion, and Naru is just another member of her faction. And I have been screaming about Naru to leave the promotion for at least 8 months. You have, if you have watched the conversion, you have seen her a little bit on that show, because she was the pink girl who was thrown up in the air to do the assisted moonsault by Mari. That was her spot. And she is one of the most athletic little people, or small people, that you can see. She's awesome, and I need her to leave the promotion because she has done everything she can in that promotion. So they are the second best tag team in the world for me.
Paul, who do you have as second best tag team through the first 6 months of 2025?
So in second place, I have my all-reliable tag team, one of my favorite tag teams of all time. I think and arguably one of the greatest tag teams of all time at this point, given how long they've been going. The Astronauts, Fuminori Abe and Takuya Nomura. I've watched them a little less this year than I would normally be, because they have kind of been focusing a lot on DDT, where which is a promotion I tend to dip in and out of, but I try to keep watching the big stuff. So I've kind of tried to really especially for this, try to catch up on their title matches. I thought they've had a pretty solid reign as KOD tag champs, and spoiler, it actually ended today. So yeah, but I think the best match of the reign by far was actually the match where they won the titles against Mao and Toy. And then otherwise, I think they had some really solid defenses. And then also they're always great, no matter where they pop up, because they just kind of tour all over Japan and kind of the world. And yeah, just a great tag team as always. And you just know when Astronauts are on the card, you know that that match at worst is going to be solid as fuck, and most likely is going to be great.
All right. So second place, Arametha for best tag team.
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to say Astronauts barely got cut off of my list, and part of it was a sense of embarrassment that I just hadn't seen a lot of them until they showed up in DDT, and I have heard so much about how great they are, and yeah, they, if anything, it's sometimes understated. The match where they won the belts against Mao and Toy was absolutely terrific. But yeah, my second place. I am going with Ichiban Sweet Boys from the New Japan Junior Division. I just think the two of them have terrific chemistry together. And they also had a great match of the year contender against Master Wato and Yo that could fool you into thinking Yo might be a great wrestler, like it did me. But it was, it kind of feels like that they might not be teaming again in the near future, now that I feel like Fujita is probably the favorite to win the belt from Despy. Is that crazy? But that feels like where things are trending. Do you want my first place team now?
Yes, go ahead with your first place team for best tag team.
So I got to say, by the way, all 3 or 4 or 5 of the tag teams I could mention would be really close to me. I don't think there's that big a gap between 1 and 5. But I put Wayne Gory at the top, Saida and Hanan's team in Stardom, current Goddess champions. I did that entirely because I just feel like out of the teams I could list, they had probably the most defenses, most great matches. I don't find them particularly compelling, but I do think they've gotten better. And Ida is a very underrated like anchor to their pairing, who is really coming into her own in this tag team. And Hanan, I don't know. She's Hanan. She's someone who I'm skeptical about as a singles wrestler, but I don't have any more questions about how great she is in a tag. She clearly more than holds her own.
Paul, who do you have for your best tag team?
Mm-hmm. So that was for this category. This was actually my easiest pick. It's the tag team I've enjoyed by far the most so far this year, and that's Rising Hayato and Yuma Anzai. I thought their All Asia tag team reign was one of the best reigns of that title in general. Again, the shameless plug. We just talked about this. I just talked about this with Gerard earlier in the week. Yeah, so I thought this reign was just really, really great. Like I thought all of the defenses were good. They were really energetic. It was also really fun to see like Yuma Anzai just like bump his ass off for a bunch of juniors. That was really fun to see, like especially for a guy that is like the heir apparent, basically, like like the very obvious like next ace of all Japan. Whenever we're done with this like whole like Jun Saito thing, it's going to be his promotion for like the next 10 years or however long he like maybe like decides he wants to maybe like move on to like bigger things. Hopefully that won't happen. We'll see. But otherwise, yeah, no, I thought this was really good. I also like that like it kind of gave Rising Hayato like a sense of purpose again, because he had kind of been struggling after his like original like junior title reign was maybe not as good as people like expected. So I thought it was really like it was a team that both of them needed, and it's kind of run its course now. I don't think they're going to team much more going forward, but I think they definitely deserve their flowers for like the 6 months that they've had this year.
Velkej, who do you have as best tag team?
Natsupoi and Saori. They have had not that many matches, but they're mostly working trios or as a unit of 4 people. But the matches they had, the few matches they had as a tag team, were one of my favorite matches that I have watched the whole year. In like my top 30 or something like that. If I was to actually do the ranking, and are my they are my like Natsupoi will never be my favorite singles wrestler. I don't like Natsupoi singles matches, but I love her in tag team matches, and I adore Saori as a wrestler in all of aspects of wrestling. So it was like almost no doubt about what my top tag team of the year should be. And my assumption is that unless Saori is beating Saya anytime soon, they are going to win the tag league and will be challenging at the Sumo Hall for the tag titles, and they will be taking them there.
Oh, I would be so happy because I love them too. I didn't even think to vote for them, but that's a great pick.
It was
I
either them
assumed
or
that was your
Beauty
pick,
Bear.
John.
It was either them or Beauty Bear. So
yeah, I mean, I love them so much. I just didn't think they did enough in the first half of the year to be best tag team. But I mean, they're two of my favorite wrestlers. So
I don't know, like what other tag team has drawn 2,800 people into the
it is
Award?
true. I mean, that was just such a great.
It's
you're
like
making a great argument for them.
they were the main event. It was their show. They had 2 tag team matches this year, or 3 maybe, like real tag team matches. But they like in all aspects of like the game of wrestling, they are the best for me. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely respect the pick. That's for sure. So if they do end up winning tag league and winning the belts at the end of the year, they might get a vote for me too, just off of that, because they're such a good team. Number 1 for me though, I did also go with Yuma Anzai and Rising Hayato in All Japan. I just think they've really carried the entire All Japan company from a work rate perspective this year. I mean, if it wasn't for them, and their All Asian reign, I think All Japan would have been pretty dire this year from a work rate perspective. So that is who I ended up going with as my best tag team. As Paul kind of said, I don't think the team is really going to be a thing in the rest of the year, because Ansai is not going to be around All Japan for a couple months now, and Rising Hayato is going to go back to probably the junior division now and probably win the junior title at some point. So I don't see them winning the full year award for me, just because they're probably done now. But that's a good reason to have these half year awards. To me, is like we can really shout out people who were super important in the first half of the year, and I think they were super important for All Japan, just giving them these great matches in all these shows. So that is why I went with them as my best tag team. Okay, so best feud. In third place, I went with Ozawa versus Kaito Kiyomiya from Noah. I just think that feud was hugely important to Noah and making Noah seem like a far more exciting company this year than it's been in recent years. Obviously, it got Ozawa over as a superstar. And, they came back when they did that rematch with Korakuen super fast recently. I kind of didn't think it was a good idea, but they managed to deliver a match that, with Kaito like kind of leaning into this more like unhinged persona that was way more interesting and way better than I thought it would be. So that kind of solidified this getting third place for me. I definitely think it was the third best feud of the half year so far. Velkej, third place for best feud.
Third place for best feud is Utami Hayashishita versus Takumi Iroha. I do enjoy a good feud that's all about blue balling the one person. Utami wanted to face Takumi for the title, for her own title. She's as a champion was challenging someone because she was annoyed that Mirai was the one that challenged her. Whatever, and it brought up something from Utami Hayashishita that we have not seen in her since she has left for Marigold. I don't know if that was because Mayu finally joined and it was not just Utami's promotion. It was not all on her shoulders. And she could have started to actually emote, maybe too much even. And that's why it got my vote for the third best feud, because it gave some life to one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. So she was feeling very, very lifeless recently. So there's that.
Paul, what do you have for third best feud of the half year?
Mm-hmm. So this is a callback to what I said earlier, because remember how I said that Daiki Odashima would pop up again? Well, he pops up right here. My number 3 feud of the year is Daiki Odashima with Kazuyuki Fujita. Which, like, they just have this, like, amazing chemistry. Like, obviously, this isn't going to be a feud that will go, like, much longer than this. But, like, the interaction that they've had, like, over, like, the first half of the year, like, it's always amazing. Well, like, just because based on their size differences. And Odashima just always goes back for more. And Fujita is just literally, like, who's this annoying little gnat? And just, like, tries to shake him off. But Odashima just refuses to give up. Like, the match that they had on, like, the New Year's show, like, if Kenta versus Ricky Marvin is, like, the greatest sub 5-minute match, this is the greatest 1-minute match ever. Like, because it's a 1-minute time limit draw where basically Odashima just has to survive for, like, 1 minute. He actually has Fujita on the ropes a little bit for, like, 10 seconds or so, and then Fujita just utterly destroys him for, like, the next 50 seconds of the match. And then he has him up in the Beast Bomb, and then time expires, and then Fujita just, like, obliterates him anyway. It's, again, okay, I do not like time limit draws at all. So I'm going to say this is my favorite time limit draw ever. I just love this match, and I just love this feud.
Arametha, third place for best feud.
Yeah, so part of why I'm so down on Marigold sometimes is because they've had a really rough first half of the year. I thought their New Year's show really underdelivered, was kind of bad in spots. And the third place feud on my list is part of what gave it a lot of energy, which was the Marigold versus Marvelous feud, including turning out a real match of the year contender in an elimination match. Where one of the most improved wrestlers of the year got to shine in the last slot. it was a much needed shot in the arm, right? And it also got to highlight some wrestlers who I wouldn't have gone out of my way to see otherwise, like Senka. And obviously, anything that involves Takumi Iroha is going to be great, right? So just it really gave them some much needed energy, and I think they kind of maintained that momentum as Mayu ended up rejoining.
And then your second place for best feud.
Second place is also a Marigold feud. This was the other thing that recaptured my interest in Marigold, and that was the feud between Utami Hayashishita and Mirai. I love both these wrestlers. Mirai is probably my favorite wrestler, period. And Utami very smartly made Mirai earn her shot. She reasonably pointed out that from a booking perspective, it didn't make sense after Bozilla beat Mirai in the number one contender match for her to re-challenge. So she made her re-challenge in a tag match where Mirai pinned Yuzuki to help heat her back up, and they ended up having a lot of great tag preview matches, swapping wins between the two of them over and over again. The build of the feud was so good that it made the great match that they had, that the feud culminated in, almost kind of a disappointment. But that happens sometimes, you know?
Yeah, totally. Because I mean, I still thought the match was. We talked about on the episode. The match was awesome, but it was still kind of somehow still a little disappointing for the two wrestlers involved, which does happen.
Does happen, yeah. But you know what? They can run that back pretty easily and beat that match. With just a little bit of heating up.
Yeah, the rare 4 1/4 disappointment. Pretty much.
It's funny, but you should have seen more of the preview tags. They really had something going there. They had a stew cooking.
Yeah. Paul, give me your second place vote for best feud of the half year.
Mm-hmm. My second place vote goes to Ozawa vs. Kaito Kiyomiya. I think this feud is exactly what Kaito needs. Especially after the second match. After the first match, I was like, yeah, okay, it was time to like end the like Kaito reign that was happening at the basically last year, because it had ran out of steam really bad. And so I was happy that they put it on Ozawa. But then when they ran it back recently, and Kaito finally kind of showed some edge, which I think is desperately needed. Like, he's been doing this like happy-go-lucky smiley baby face thing for years. It just doesn't work. Like, all of his greatest work has always been when he gets that like prick kind of energy out that is actually buried deep within him. Like when he had that feud with Okada, even if he got like buried at the end of that one, and then Okada fucked off to the US, so he's never gonna get that win back. Like that was a great feud, and he was a real prick in that one. And then otherwise, his like greatest feud so far was like with Gabe Kidd, where he just like was like, I want to like kill this guy, and this energy is finally coming out in that feud with Ozawa. And so I'm really hoping that like all signs point towards them running this match back January 1st next year. And I really hope that like Kaito goes even deeper into prick mode and just kills Ozawa, basically.
Velkej, give me your second place vote for best feud. Also, Paul, I will say real quickly, I thought that was going to be your first place vote, so now I'll be interested to hear.
Well, I don't think it's going to be much of a surprise for this first.
Oh, okay. Velkej, what's your second place for best
Shuri
feud?
versus Sari, because I love both of these wrestlers. I love Suri, and I love to hate Suri. I really much enjoy Sari being a hypocritical coward who will not run anything bigger than Shinjuku face, even though she positions herself as the biggest star in Joshu wrestling, in women's wrestling in Japan. And I enjoy shitting on her, and I enjoy when Shuri beats her up. Shuri lost in her last match and has gone to take a break. I think maybe I have cursed Shuri because I have cheered too hard for her and cheered too hard against Suri. So that was my second best feud of the year so far.
So second place for me, also Shuri versus Sari. Two of the best matches of the entire year. Two matches that are both in my top 10. a very simple pro wrestling storyline of wanting to be the better person and be a WGP champion that connected with me a lot. I mean, Velkej just talked about it, so I don't have to go into super detail, but definitely one of my favorite feuds of the year so far. First place, I went with Saya Kamatani versus Tam Nakano. To me, this is like sports entertainment done right, basically, where you have these two personalities. They go way back. With Tam is basically, Saya's mentor as his former idol that came into pro wrestling, and they put together a story where Saya almost seems reluctant at times to retire her, even though she's now a heel. There were those great little moments towards the end of the Corrigan match where she sort of didn't want to do it, and especially at the end of the retirement match where she really didn't want to do it. So even just like the in-ring storytelling was amazing, and then you add those amazing segments they did, which I'm just laughing just thinking about them, of Saya running Tam over the fucking car and like all the other crazy shit they did, brawling on a fucking little train or going around. I don't remember what town it was. Was it Yokohama? I don't know, but yeah, just great stuff from the two of them, and just like one of these feuds that I'll never forget. And I'll probably, I really don't think anything will beat this in the second half of the year. I'll be pretty surprised if it does. It's like this one is one I definitely see myself voting as best feud at the end of the year too. Velkej, your pick for best feud.
So it's no, it's versus Tam. What am I even doing? That's my notes, actually. I have like 4 different feuds written, and then underneath it, I have over 2 lines versus Tam. As John has said, it's the best feud this half of the year. It was the best feud last year, even. The whole basis of the feud is that this is mother and her daughter fighting, and they are fighting in the confines of the pro wrestling, and that's why Saya proposed the "I want you to disappear from this world. The loser has to retire" match in the Korakuen Hall, and that then they like went through with it at the Yokohama Arena, and it's there's a lot of like story and theme and a lot of like deeper things, because it's Tam Nakano stuff in the feud than just someone being better than the other person. Why that also is the part of that, because it's pro wrestling. That has to always be present in any pro wrestling feud, and if it's not present in pro wrestling feud, that feud is not good, because otherwise it's not supposed to be in pro wrestling. I probably could have talked for hours and hours about this feud, because I think it's the best feud in years, not just this year.
Yeah, there you go. Accidentally raised my hand instead of unmuting myself, so sorry about that. Raising my hand for the host when I'm the host. Paul, what do you have as the best feud?
Yes, so I have a feeling, I mean, not to already take away like what maybe other people are going to vote for, but I feel like this is going to be an unanimous vote. So I also have Saya Kamatani versus Tam Nakano as my number 1 feud. Just the real raw emotion on display in this feud, I think, is just really the thing that takes it over the top. Just Saya just being in there and like how she is like conflicted, and it's not like in the like fucking WWE way where like she stares on her hands how violent she is. Like it's real emotion, because like you can literally see like the character of Saya Kamatani struggle with like the person underneath, because the character of Saya Kamatani obviously wants to like destroy Tam Nakano, but then that like deep down they actually have this like real relationship, and like the real Saya doesn't want to see Tam go because she's just been way too important to her career overall, and there's just too much of a connection there. So yeah, I thought is just absolutely tremendous stuff. I also struggle to see what else can beat this, but again, there's a whole 6 months, which obviously this feud is definitively over now. But yeah, I really struggle to see what else could beat it this year.
Are we gonna make it 4 for 4? Arametha, what do you say?
Well, congratulations to Gabe Kidd and Suji for completely dynamiting any chance of making the top 3 here in what was already like a really good year for feuds. Yeah, it's Saya Kamatani versus Tam Nakano, and it isn't even close. It's number 1 with a bullet. It's the best in years, like Velkej said. It was a touchingly human story. It was an outlandish feud. They put absolutely everything into it, and they kept raising the stakes successfully for months in a way that felt organic. It drove me insane for a couple months as I tried to plan out different scenarios where we could possibly still keep both wrestlers until they just did the most natural conclusion that you would have guessed at the beginning, and it was so emotionally satisfying. I am going to think about the closing of that show for years, with Saya kind of carrying Tam to the back, Tam collapsing on the entrance ramp as they start to leave. And I don't know what effect they did, but it looks like feathers and stars are kind of falling down around them. Tam points out to the sky, and it
Real
cuts
feathers.
to black.
That was the real feathers. There were real feathers falling down.
They were
from the
real
ceiling.
feathers?
Yeah.
Oh,
And feathers on the screen behind them as well. Again, I said that on some podcast, I think with John, that the entrance was fucking amazing for Saya Kamitani, and the exit was also amazing. And then cutting them to the black and all the sounds dying, and then putting back the house lights and they were gone was one of the best ending to a show that I've ever attended. So it was fucking amazing.
yeah.
All right, so there's Best Feud, which I that's our first one. We all had the same number 1, so wonder if that will happen any other time.
I don't think it'll be the last. There's a lot of very obvious choices here.
The next thing is Most Improved, so this one I only had us pick one each. Just who's the most improved wrestler in the first 6 months of the year compared to the previous year. Arametha, who do you have as most improved so far in 2025?
Oh, god damn it. I did have 3 picked. All right. It's Callum Newman. Callum really stepped up at a moment when I don't think any of us thought he was going to step up. His G1 was so dire, it made Shota Umino look good. It feels like he has found himself in the ring to some extent, right? And has figured out a way to define himself beyond just he's fast, and leaning into the kicks have really helped him kind of stand out and feel like a offensive threat beyond the Oz Cutter, right? Which I think is his only other real highlight move at the moment. He has part of it might be he had a great dance partner with Goto in his challenge, and he was elevated in a way that he may not be able to maintain when he's in the G1. But I think he passed his hardest test so far and improved so rapidly, it's hard for me to see anyone else in this slot. Not to say everybody else is wrong if you pick somebody else.
Well, I'll be interested to see. Actually, you can tell me at the end if you had my pick as your second or third. I'm just curious.
Okay.
Since you guys did the whole thing. Paul, who'd you pick for most improved so far?
Just real quick before I get to my pick, how many death threats you think you're going to get from the Super J-Cast Discord for the Callum Newman pick?
No, they like him now.
Callum Newman. That's how you know he's the most improved. Even the Super J-Cast Discord loves him now.
It started as a meme,
I saw a lot of people when he won the title the first time. I saw a lot of people threatening like very serious self-harm.
Well, they do that all the time. Like Goto should not enter the Super J-Cast Discord for his own health.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Goto, Gato.
Or he should. Or he deserves it.
Or he should. About to be a lot more than his hands that are bloody.
Wow.
So I actually cheated on this one because I couldn't really think of a good pick. So I went with Noah's attendance as most improved. So, like, they went from some really, really dire houses last year to being, like, the best promotion in, like, they have, like, the best drawing record in Korakuen. And just basically, like, almost every building that they run this year, I think they're kind of, like, breaking sometimes even breaking the all-time records. In some cases, they're like drawing the best houses that they've had since like the pandemic. So yeah, to me, that was like the thing that I think like that has improved the most in the half year has been those attendance.
Velkej, your pick for most improved.
So this will surprise people because I have just voted her one half of the best Feud of the year, Saya Kamitani, for most improved. I was one of the people who did not like her white belt reign. I was one of the people who did not like her as a babyface. I was very down on the decision to turn her heel, and the 5-star did not sell me on her like in-ring style. It took her to go to Wave to figure out how to do the thing she wanted to do, the troll heel stuff that she does so well. So it was not like improved from the start of the year. It was like improved since November. So I'm also kind of cheating, similar to Paul, because it's not like she was like bad. But for my own personal enjoyment, Saya Kamitani went for someone who I could have hand waved into someone that I will watch every single match on every house show, even though it's extremely throwaway 4v4 match or something like that.
So my pick for most improved, and Saya was a good one. I didn't really think of that, but that would have been a good pick. I went with a different Stardom wrestler. I went with Rion. She just had never really showed that much to me last year. She always just kind of seemed like, someone who was just kind of there as far as being one of the younger wrestlers on a very stacked roster for young wrestlers. But this year, she's really found her niche as an underdog babyface to the point where a lot of the stuff, especially in recent months with her on the undercards, just getting fucking bullied by like Natsupoi at Korakuen in one of the 6-woman tags, and then by Hina at the conversion in the future title match. And she's just such a great underdog babyface in that role. And she's really connecting with crowds, I think. And she's found more personality. Like when she brought that beer onto the stage and like opened it as a taunt to her opponent in the Cinderella tournament, Rina, because Rina's only 18 and can't drink legally in Japan. Not that should really, like, if Rina wants to drink a fucking beer, she can drink a fucking beer, let me tell you. Someone who's been over in Japan. But, anyway, she probably hasn't, because the other reason Japanese people tend to be very follow the rules a lot, which is, I guess, why they don't need to ID people very much. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone get ID'd in my entire time in Japan. But anyway, the point is, Rion, I just feel like she connected in this year and really found a niche in the company. Whereas before this year, I would have said she was just a person on the roster. So that's who I ended up going with here.
Yeah, she has almost single-handedly convinced me to keep E-Nexus V in Stardom, even though it's just 3 wrestlers. It's 2 twerps and a tall, but they're kind of compelling together. And yeah, she's a key part of that. It's a great pick. Yeah, I didn't think of it, to be honest.
There you go. So that's most improved. Let's go now to most overrated, which by the Observer Award definition, again, really means most overpushed. It is who is most overrated by their promotion, not by some amorphous fan group or whatever. I kind of want to change my vote on this after he won today, but I sort of want to give it to Zach, because I just think, he's a fantastic wrestler, but I don't think he's anywhere near over enough to justify being 2-time world champion. But I'm going to stick with my original pick. And my original pick is Shota Umino. Every time he got the Wrestle Kingdom main event, despite not being over, he got the New Japan Cup final when everybody thought they were going to go back to and do something else with him. And he ended up just shaving his head and being pretty much the same guy he's been. And he continues to be pushed as someone who should be taken seriously as a future top star, despite the fact that he frequently looks like he's wrestling under threat of Saber Fire. I mean, he just has no charisma, no fire. His ring work is fine to good, but there's nothing that makes me want to watch this guy. and he still feels way too over. He feels way overpushed still for where. For what he is. So, the fact that he got another world title shot in America is so bizarre to me. Like they never really put him back in the pack and to try to rebuild him like the way they probably should have after Wrestle Kingdom was such a flop. So, yeah, I still got to go with him for most overrated. I've talked myself back into it over Zach. So that's what I went with here is Shota Umino. Velkej, most overrated / overpushed.
It's Shota Umino for a lot of things that you have said, John. I cannot imagine voting for anyone else in the year that he has main evented the Dome in one of the most disappointing matches that I have ever seen. He's the most fake wrestler there is right now on the scene. Even the comedic fake wrestlers are more real wrestlers than he is. Like, I am one of the people who still has stock in Shota because he will be pushed until he stops being employed by the promotion. And that's annoying because he doesn't deserve it anymore. So, Shota for the most overpushed.
Paul, are we going to keep this going with Shota getting most overrated?
Combo breaker. Yeah, I think I'm actually ruining what is probably would have been a unanimous vote otherwise. So because I very heavily considered Shota Umino here for all of the reasons said so far, and it is a really obvious pick as well. But one of the reasons why I didn't go with him over the person that I actually went with, because at the very, very least, Shota Umino is still young. So it's a small chance, but there's at least still a chance. So I can kind of see why they would want to try with him, even though I don't really think he's going to get there. I went with Davey Boy Smith Jr. because he's not young. We know exactly what this guy is. And yet, for some reason, All Japan has decided that he is going to be their top gaijin. And there was a brief period last year where it looked like, oh, maybe they saw something none of us have ever seen, when there was a very brief window where he actually seemed good. But ever since then, he has just been an absolute nothing, like he's always been for his entire career. Just really boring. It looks like he might get another title shot soon. He might even get another title reign soon, even though I really, really hope he doesn't. And it's just unexplainable to me what they see in him and why they decided that in 2025 what we needed was a Davey Boy Smith Jr. push.
And he doesn't even seem over in All Japan, right?
Yeah, exactly.
When I'm at these shows, and I go to the Champion Carnival show, and he seemed like the least over guy on the fucking show to me.
Yeah, because the other one I considered was Takashi, but I couldn't justify it because I don't see it, but the crowd very clearly does. The
crowd loves him.
Exactly, the crowd, he's very rightfully pushed because he's very well beloved by the crowd, even though I don't understand it. But Davey Boy Smith is not over. The crowd gives him nothing when he does his weird shtick whenever he cuts a promo, and yet it's the full steam ahead on the Davey Boy Smith train for some reason.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, he'd probably be my runner-up, honestly. So I get it. Arametha, most overrated / overpushed.
So for what it's worth, I didn't even consider Shota Umino for this because he feels solidly mid-card to me at this point. I might be wrong. He may end up being in the playoffs for the G1 in the near future. But it feels like they have decided that his future is, at least in the near term, solidly mid-card. I am with Paul here. I think Davey Boy Smith does not belong anywhere near the Triple Crown. And it feels like it's a consequence of whatever agreement he had with All Japan that brought him over, that he's still kind of kept top of the card at all. For all the reasons you said, the audience doesn't react. He is so dry to watch. I just have no way to get into his matches. My second pick was probably going to be, and y'all might hate me for this, I don't think Jun Saito is a good champion. And I think they need to move on from him pretty quick.
Oh, no. I've been saying that for basically ever since the Rei Saito match ended. because I was like,
Yeah.
I was defending it because it was very
was a
obviously
good
what they were
match
building
either.
to. Yeah, but like now it's just like no, like somebody else. Like maybe not Davey Boy, like maybe not literally anybody else, because Davey Boy Smith would be like the worst choice. But like otherwise, I'm like no, like just move on, please.
This was a good experiment. It was not successful. He cannot wrestle at the floor that you need for your Triple Crown champion. They need to move on.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
I've
still
said this
drawing
before,
to a
right?
degree, right?
That was my take. Is like Jun Saito doesn't have bad title matches, but he has bad Triple Crown matches.
Mm-hmm.
But it is still drawing to a degree, though, right? I mean, they just did that big number in Sendai, and I guess the Korakuen numbers have still been like okay, right? Like they've been around 1100, 1200.
They're slowing down a little bit, which might be a sign that like the crowd is like, oh, they're ready to move on.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think it made sense to make him champion, but it also makes sense to take the belt off him now at this point. Yeah. So, most underrated.
Actually, to think about it just a little bit more, I think if your champion is the most overrated, he probably is by definition the most overrated, even over Davey Boy Smith. I don't know. I can't decide between the two. That's why I cheated.
Most underrated / underpushed. The flip side of this, the most, the person who gets the least push for their talent level by their home promotion. So, Arametha, let's start with you for this one. What do you have for most underrated?
All right, I'm gonna take some arrows for this one. I think. I think now Ishikawa. Oh wait, is this the? Do we only pick one?
Yes, we only pick one again.
Damn it. It's Taichi. It's Taichi. It's goddamn Taichi. What the hell is New Japan doing with not pushing this guy into the G1? Not even. He should be top of the card. I'm not crazy for thinking that he should be top of the card along with the other new guys who we've needed to see. He still has the energy. He still has the crowd support. He is still a fantastic wrestler. He's getting the biggest pops at Dominion when he's like, third from the bottom on the card? What are we even doing here? Did he fuck somebody's wife? I don't understand what happened. It's egregious. It's infuriating why Taichi is not in the G1. They should have just simply had Taichi and Callum in the goddamn G1. I'm still kind of mad about it, actually.
Paul, who do you have as most underrated?
So I'm staying in the same promotion, and I went with Ryohei Oiwa. When basically, like last year, everybody was like arguing, like who's going to be the next ace of New Japan, and people were like arguing, is it going to be Shota Umino? Is it going to be Yota Tsuji? Is it going to be Yuya Uemura? The people that were watching Noah knew the real answer, and the real answer was Ryohei Oiwa, because somehow Nosabu Rongai knew perfectly how to push this guy, because he got him for a year. He had him start off as this kind of like unsure, like tag team partner of Kaito Kiyomiya, who was like the guy taking the pins, and then slowly but surely he like gains confidence and is no longer like the weak link of the team, but they then come up short in a title match again, and that just feeds into like Oiwa's like insecurity, and that leads to like him turning heel on Kaito, and then they have the big match where Kaito wins the feud, and then he moves over to New Japan, and I'm just ready to be like, okay, they're gonna like rocket pack this guy, and then they put him in TMDK, and I'm like, okay, that's weird, but sure, Zack is the champion, so if he's like the 1B, I guess that's still okay. But then all he does for like the 6 months basically is just like lose title challenge after title challenge. Like he doesn't even get put into the G1 right away. Like he has to go through the qualifiers, which I think that's a really bad sign, that he has to go through the qualifiers, whereas the other young guys all get like the straight qualifier into the tournament. I really don't understand what New Japan is doing. Like if when he was matched with Fale, I was like, if he loses to Fale, he should just jump back to Noah, because very obviously New Japan does not understand what they have in this guy. I mean, now that Fale is out, like, you know, he's gonna make it into the tournament, but still, I don't understand why they don't understand like that this is the guy that they should be pushing to the top.
Well, it'll be funny if we have 4 different people for this, all from New Japan, which definitely the best book promotion in the world right now, huh? To have all these picks from New Japan for most overrated, most underrated. Velkej, You keeping it going here with a New Japan pick for most underrated?
So either you have to name the award the Taichi Award or Mika Iwata Award, because I have both of them on the same spot, because I think they are both. So I'm breaking the different guy because it's Taichi, because he's not in G1, even though he should have been, because he's one of the most over guys in the fucking company and one of the guys that will deliver matches if he's asked to. He last year complained about not being in the G1. Maybe he overcame his fear of flying and is getting Ishimani in the AEW or what, but he's not again in G1. I don't understand it. Maybe he should. And Mika Iwata, because she's Mika Iwata, and she's in promotion that's called Sendai Girls. They hate her, so choose whoever you want on this for this award, because I cannot actually choose between these two.
It is funny how it feels like Iwata can't win just because she's not old enough. She just happens to have like two senpais who will hold the belt forever, more or less.
It's because she is not Chihiro Hashimoto. That's all. That's all there is to it.
There's a real tragedy to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love Iwata too, so she's definitely a good pick for this too. So I did not go with Taichi for this award. I went with, the only reason why I didn't go with Taichi is because he's 45 years old, and I guess I can kind of understand where they're coming from if they're just only looking at the age and being very stubborn as they are, as Gato is one of the most stubborn bookers of all time, honestly. It's just like, well, I took Taichi out of the G1, so that's it. I'm not putting him back in, even though he's possibly the most over wrestler in the company now at Naito gone. So for that reason, I had to go to somebody else, because the wrestler I did pick, also in New Japan, is 35 years old. He's in his prime right now. He's never gotten in the G1. He's never gotten a big push. He had the fucking match of the year, in my opinion, with Hinare last year for the Never title, a criminally underrated match in September. He's one of the best. He showed he's an amazing wrestler working underdog as a heavyweight. Despite what some people will tell you, he's not washed up at all. He just had an amazing Best of Super Junior run that was one of the only entertaining things in that entire fucking tournament, to be honest. He carried that team with Naito throughout the year. Obviously, at this point, I'm talking about Hiromu Takahashi, and the fact that they refused to put this guy in the fucking G1 when he's been mixing up with heavyweights for the past year, when the crowd is clearly ready for it. The crowd clearly wants it. They have a gaping hole with where Tetsuya Naito used to be, that he could step in and provide some level of, obviously he's never going to make up for Naito, but at least he would appeal to like a lot of the same type of fans, the LIJ fans, and they just refuse to fucking do it. And I don't know if it's because they're really that convinced he's going to leave the moment his contract is up to be with Naito, but that is the only fucking justification you could come up with. And even then, I think it's a stupid decision, because you could put him in the G1. You don't have to have him win the fucking thing, but he would still at least give you, some kind of something interesting and something new and something fresh in a tournament that so desperately needs it. And I complained about this endlessly on the episode already. I'm not going to yell and scream for them to fuck off like I did and end up having to cut out the episode. But like, it's just such a baffling decision to me to not put him in the G1, that I had to go with him for this award for most underrated. Taichi is right there, and Taichi should be getting pushed he should obviously be in the G1 too. They should both be in the G1, but Hiromu to me is even more egregious just because of their ages. So that's why I went with him as most underrated / underpushed. And yeah, New Japan, I mean, it's like Gato and Triple H for worst booker. If we did the worst booker, I mean, like, they're the two worst bookers in the world. It's just amazing how bad Gato is.
Instead of Hiromu or Taichi, we are going to watch the broken down Sonata blind walk through his G1. So that's awesome, isn't it?
We're going to get Chase Owens or Yoshihashi over Naito, over Hiromu or Taichi, which is insane to me. Like, Yoshihashi's fine, but he should not be in the tournament over either of those guys, and Chase Owens in the tournament would be like a war crime. So,
okay,
yeah.
But have you considered Sonata is funny now?
Things are going great in New Japan.
That's true. And I hope he has different outfits for every night.
Hell yes, brother.
Who else could they could have taken out? I don't know. Who else could they have taken out? Golden Game Kid be a Death Rider. I don't know. I'm sick of that guy too. Best unit. Let's get back to something positive. So they don't have a best unit award in the Observer Awards, but since obviously we all primarily watch Japanese wrestling and the units are a huge part of Japanese wrestling, I thought we should do the best and worst unit. So for best unit, we're back to picking 3 of each. In third place, I voted for Team 2000X from Noah. I think they have their flaws, which is why they're not higher. I mean, they have like that very NWO-esque quality to them where it just seems like people join at random. But there's, to me, just the fact that they're so obviously, the catalyst for Noah's turnaround, their attendance turnaround has to go a long way. I just think their whole aesthetic is cool. I've always liked this kind of, heel unit. It's always been something I've been into. I kind of think people have been too hard on the Takashi Sugera edition. I think the actual angle in which they did it was bad, and that kind of made people sour on it immediately. But watching him in the unit, a few times now, I don't think he doesn't fit in. I mean, he's been a heel before, and he has a cool energy to him where like he seems like their cool dad now, and I kind of think it works. So that didn't sour me on it either. But yeah, I mean, I get why people are sick of it, I guess. But to me, they still had to be on this list. So I had to go with Team 2000X in third place. Velkej, who do you have as third place?
Hate is great, as everyone knows. It's the rebrand of Oedotai, which I did not like at start, worked out well. They are basically back to the Oedotai roots and are just like repainted Oedotai. They were not that when they rebranded, but they are now. And I have always been a Oedotai guy. So, first best unit in wrestling that I watch, Hate.
Okay, Paul, give me your third place for best unit.
Mm-hmm. I also went with Team 2000X. This was the one that I kind of really, really struggled with. Coming up with like a lot of good picks is the one I kind of put in like shortly before we recorded. I kind of can just mirror like John's points made on this. I thought you have to really give them credit for like turning around Noah's business. I still remember when this faction came together, when it was like, because the original core, right, was Jack Morris, Daga, and Darkside Yoshitatsu, manager of Team 2000X. And I was like...
By the way, he's tremendous in that role.
I very seriously considered him for most improved. Not gonna lie. I was like, what in the actual fuck is this? And
he's
then
so good.
He's so good now, yeah.
He's so funny.
So over as well.
Like, but he comes out every time and pretends he's machine gunning the audience with that stick he carries.
I think it really helps that he is basically that they basically like show him as like not a serious threat as a wrestler at all, right? Like he had that match with Kaito where Kaito just destroyed him. Like Yoshitatsu got like no offense in, and the only reason he even got any kind of anything in there was like because like all of Team 2000X ran in to like beat up Kaito, and that's the only like small hope spot like Yoshitatsu got. But then once like All Rebellion came out to even the odds, like Kaito just destroyed him again. So yeah, I think that makes the faction really work. I think all of the additions work. Again, as John said, I thought the angle of adding Segura is really fucking stupid because he just wrestled the match for like 10-12 minutes where he beat up Ozawa and then he just turned on Endo for like no fucking reason. Again, this would have worked.
And then had to get pinned still.
Yeah,
and had to get pinned still because of the way they did it. Yeah, it was so weird.
Again, it would have worked much better if he had just like been like if he had just been like Endo's second, right? He's just Endo's second, and then he turns on him. That makes some more sense. But I think he actually works really well as an addition to a match because now they kind of have him as like a heavy as well, so that's really nice. So yeah, I think it's a really coherent faction. There is a bit of a danger that they're gonna like overdo it, but I don't think they have reached that thing just yet. So yeah, I've really enjoyed them.
Arametha, third place for best unit.
All right, finally, it's time to talk real shit. Fuck match of the year. Let's talk about Unit of the Year. Let's talk about Stardom Unit of the Year. That's clearly the most important thing. My number 3 is Neo Genesis, the Dane Zoomers. I love their energy. I think they're all great wrestlers. They're probably the most stacked unit at the moment. There's not really a clear pin eater, and they should probably get one from any number of the great rookies that Stardom has lying around.
Yeah, they just teased Emma.
They
on this
teased
pod,
Emma.
so-
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a good pick. But Emma has also talked about wanting the high speed belt, and that division of Stardom is kind of shallow. So that's the one reason I wouldn't like it, because obviously May and Emma being in the same unit means Emma is less likely to challenge for it now. But hey, that's pretty cool. And she'd fit that style, right? Because they're all high speed wrestlers to one degree or another. Yeah, Neo Genesis, sick as hell, big fan. Third best unit in Stardom and wrestling as a whole, or I'll fight you.
Second best?
Second best is Hate. What is this third best nonsense? I don't understand it. Hate is the straw that stirs the drink, as they like to say. They have so many great options for who's going to start shit with another wrestler. Saya Kamatani obviously has been great at that, but Konami has also been very, very good in this artist belt feud. And she had a great title match with Starlight Kid earlier this year. But if that isn't your speed, hey, they still have Momo Watanabe, who is criminally underpushed. Maybe we should also name that award after her. But still great every time she's asked to step up. Natsuko Tora still has her place as like a big bully who's going to hit you with weapons and shove you around. They just make matches compelling. They make feuds so compelling. Sometimes they feel a little overstuffed, but honestly, I wouldn't cut a single wrestler from the unit right now.
Paul, who do you have as your second best unit?
As my second best unit, I have Los Ingobernables de Japón. Simply for the fact that I think the past 6 months have really showed, especially now that Naito is gone, it just really showed how much they've been carrying New Japan. Recently, they were really the thing that kept crowds interested in them. Now that Naito's gone and LIJ has disbanded, we can kind of see attendance is just plummeting in New Japan. So it even there wasn't really necessarily all that much I enjoyed about it, because what LIJ has been doing, I think this is more again to show the drawing ability and everything, and just how long they've been together. I think they deserve some sort of award for that, even though I didn't vote for them first. But it was just such a monumentally important faction, and now that it's gone, I think New Japan is really going to miss them as well.
Velkej, who do you have as your second place unit so far in 2024?
I have to admit that I have never thought about voting for LIJ, and I am I'm cursing myself because I want to vote for them, but I cannot. But another reason why I want to vote for them is that they one of the things that people probably do not realize is that they have changed the way the multi-man matches are wrestled in Japan, which are one of the most important part of any Japanese pro wrestling card. And they have improved the way the matches are wrestled so much, because after almost 15 years of their dominance in this space, and every new younger wrestler learning how to do these matches, watching them, we are basically given for next 10 years, we are getting the LIJ formula in the multi-man. But anyway, to the unit that I've actually voted for is Actwres 5. As the name suggests, it's the unit in Actwres, and it's the 5 people. It's the faces, it's the heroes. They now hold both of the singles titles that are in the promotion. There are Marino Saihara, Sakura, Naru, Riko, and also Yui Tencho is there. She's the the fifth member. That's not great, and probably will not be long for the promotion, to be honest. They themselves basically turned around the promotion and made it good again. The February in which either of the champions had a title match on top of the card in every of the 5 shows that they had basically changed the promotion from the promotion that I've despised, that I had to cover them, to something that I actually really enjoy. And I'm glad that they exist and that they are still there, even though I think Naru should leave. She should leave. Please leave, Naru. So the second best unit in wrestling is Actwres 5.
For my second place, I went with Neo Genesis. Again, the dang Zoomers. They're just a unit I so enjoy watching, and they feel so connected, and you just get that feeling that they're all just such great friends that it really comes across on the screen, which is always just like one of the best things you can do for a wrestling unit. And like Arametha kind of said earlier, they have very similar wrestling style too, which is the other part of why they have such great chemistry together, I think. And losing Suzu, could have been a blow to them, but if anything, they feel more, cohesive since losing her. And the actual feud that resulted was really, really good, so that also adds to them being in second place for best unit for me, as they had such a cool storyline with Suzu leaving and then forming a rival unit. So, a lot happened with them. And I love all 4 wrestlers. So, Starlight Kid is amazing. Zumi's great. Mei Sierra is like incredibly underrated, and Miyu Amazaki is just a great young wrestler. So just tons and tons of still even more potential for them to do great stuff. First place. So I went with Cosmic Angels. That is who I have first here. I just think they feel like the actual Sekigun of Stardom way more than Stars do. And they have, again, even, I don't know if any other unit could have lost their leader the way they did and just not even felt like they missed a beat. And that says just how strong they were when you have, Poi and Siori on the top of this unit as, 2 of the more popular wrestlers in the company, who just feel like they could step right into that void and just be the top of the unit immediately. And then on top of that, they have Unimon, who she's a really cool, like sort of mid-card type of like powerhouse. And then they have 2 amazing young wrestlers in Sayaka and Aya Sakura, who both just feel like they could explode at any moment. And they just feel like such a dynamic unit that to me they're the easy pick. They're the chalk pick kind of for best unit, but they're the easy pick too. The only reason why I didn't vote for Hate is because they have, and they're probably my 4th place, is to me they have a little too much dead weight where like I don't really enjoy Ruaka or God, why am I blanking on her name? Or Natsuko Tora. I don't really enjoy either of them, and they're such a focus of the unit a lot of the time that like, it just that just kind of drags them down a little bit for me. And on top of that, they do feel a little bloated, where it feels like, does this unit really need Momo and Konami on top of Saya? Like they feel like either of them could be doing something else. So that's sort of what I'm feeling with Hate not having their top 3, but they are a great heel unit too. And I just didn't want to vote for 3 starter units too either. So that probably was the other part. But they would be my 4th place easily if I expand this to 4. So
coward.
Justify not ranking them. Velkej, who do you have as your best unit?
Unsurprisingly, Cosmic Angels. To the point that they have lost their leader and have lost the step. Stars has lost their leader, and EXV have lost both of their leaders, and Shuri is leaving as well. And I think in all of these cases, Cosmic Angels has come out of the least scathed. The other point about the home army, that's the story beat. That's the story point about that had been the central issue of the tag title match that they had a conversion against Vingori, was which unit is actually the home army? Is it Stars or is it Cosmic Angels? and I think that is going to be repeated over the 5-star and probably going into the tag league. But my vote for the Cosmic Angels is because you have the ace candidate, you have the babyface underdog candidate, you have the Ishii, and you have the two newbies in Kurara, who is Okada, and and Aya Sakura, who is Nakamura. And the trios of the two Young Angels and Unamon works so much for me. I actually considered voting them as a tag team, even though they are trios, because they fill the all three roles. The only thing that they are kind of missing is the speedster, but that's like fulfilled with Unamon. And
Pori kind of too.
yeah, but like as the trios, as the Young Angels
okay.
plus Unamon,
Got it.
that they do not have like the speedster. But like the Cosmic Angels have like all 5 members like fill their roles perfectly and fit the stereotypes they are supposed to be portraying. And as John said, they have not missed a step, and I assume that they will still like continue to be leading Stardom or forwards. So, Cosmic Angels, the best unit.
Paul, who do you have as best unit? And by the way, I should mention too, I didn't even think of voting for LIJ as like a lifetime achievement award. That was great.
That was the same reason why I did not vote for them.
I am surprised. I actually would have thought you actually voted them first, but yeah. So I'm actually happy that I voted for them, so they at least got the shout out that they deserved.
Yeah, thank you, because like I completely blanked on that, like that they were even an option. I don't understand why.
So I actually had them first for like a while, and then I kind of bumped them out of first to put basically my number one vote as a protest vote. My number one vote is Elpida. Elpida in All Japan featured like the top talents of the promotion and Ren Ayabe. But they just recently broke up. I thought they were a really fun faction. I thought they had really good chemistry. I thought they kind of really like showcased what the core of All Japan is going to be going forward, which again, like this year is not a good year for them really. But like I feel like their future is still bright, and Elpida was kind of one of the things that showed that. But then they just broke them up kind of a bit out of nowhere, because Anza is kind of going on like a weird like 2-month excursion or whatever. But like still, I think it was a mistake to break them up like that. And it is something that All Japan has kind of struggled with, where they kind of tend to do this to factions. But like to me, them kind of just like after random like 8-man tag, them all just kind of cutting a promo being like, yeah, we're gonna disband the faction or whatever. I don't think that was the right decision. Like to me, the way Elpida should have ended is Ryuki Honda should have like left Yuma Anzai in a bloody mess in the middle of the ring to like turn heel and like kick off like basically Honda becoming like Anzai's generational rival, which I still think he's going to be. They didn't do that here. I think it's just a massively missed opportunity. So for that reason, Elpida is my protest vote for best faction.
Yeah, I didn't understand that at all either. They seem like such a cool unit. That I didn't get why they did that. It was really, really weird. So yeah, that's definitely a good idea to give them the protest vote there. Arametha, best unit.
Yeah. Does anybody else, when they hear Elpida, think of that classic country song, Elvira? Elvira. Elpida. No, just me? Okay. Well, all right. My number one pick for best unit is Cosmic Angels. Like John said, they are also the other straw that stirs the drink. They are stacked top to bottom. They're very, very good at elevating the rookies and making them feel extremely important to the future. They lost their leader, and they still feel like they're the main characters of Stardom. And just as a final note to defend my decision to pick 3 Stardom units here, I think units matter in Stardom in a way that just isn't true for a lot of other wrestling promotions right now. Especially in New Japan, with how they just dropped several long-term promotions and long-term units and a couple short-term ones as well without any in-ring drama around it, any attempt to make a story out of it. In Stardom that a rookie joining a unit is really important. Anyone tries to steal a wrestler from another promotion, they're going to build a story around that for a few months. It just matters, and it's a key reason why I care about the promotion.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much mileage they got out of Saya trying to steal Sayaka from Cosmic Angels.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that ended up being like a huge part of the Saya versus Tam feud. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely think Stardom does units the best in all of wrestling. I don't really think that's a controversial statement at this point. Worst unit. So the opposite side here. Which unit absolutely fucking sucks and probably shouldn't be around anymore? I kind of wouldn't be surprised if we weren't unanimous on this too, but let's say Arametha, who do you have as worst unit?
Oh, I'm not sure it's going to be unanimous. My pick is just 5 guys. Disappeared like a fart in the wind. I'm sad about it too because I was one of Sonata's strongest soldiers when he joined just 5 guys and made it just 5 guys. And I thought they really have something here. It's a little rough right now, but give it some time. It'll shake out great. Boy, did I have egg on my face. And on top of that, they had other wrestlers I loved who I thought they would never leave the unit, like Dookie or Taichi. And here we are. They just got absorbed into the broader faceless, formless Hantai. And at least we got Taichi and Ishii as a tag team out of it, but even then, it's just disheartening.
Well, 3 of the 5 original are now in fucking House of Torture, which is kind of funny.
There's that too. Yeah, that is kind of funny too.
Sonata, Kanemaru, and Doki all in House of Torture. But yeah, I thought this one was really obvious, but I guess we disagree.
No, I know what you're gonna pick now that you said that, and I don't know. I don't hate them that much, even after all this.
Who do you think I'm gonna pick?
House of Torture.
No, actually.
Really?
So
okay. Shit.
Yeah. I thought the one I'm thinking of is so useless, and I'm guessing I'll build up the suspense. I'll see it. Maybe it's not as obvious as I thought, and maybe I'm going to be the only one to vote.
Well, maybe they're so useless I just forgot they existed.
Yeah, Paul, who do you have as worst unit?
Well, you actually already provided me with a perfect segue because I did vote for the House of Torture. Remember how we talked earlier about like there's a potential for like Team 2000X to go too far, right? That's what House of Torture is. House of Torture is Team 2000X gone too far, where like the interference and everything has just become incredibly formulaic. It's just the exact same every single time. Now they've blown up the faction to like a bazillion members. They did the absolutely baffling decision of putting Dookie in there when he should have been like a returning like hero baby face. Instead, he turns off screen essentially and joins the House of Torture. It's just absolutely baffling. It's just it ruined Dominion, which probably wouldn't have been a good show anyway, but it just sent that show like crashing through like the crust of the earth straight into the core. Just I am so done with them. Like I just want like basically literally any other faction as like the heel faction of New Japan, because they literally have not changed a single thing about their act in years at this point, and I'm just so done with it. It's so boring. Like it would be one thing if it was actually interesting, but it's just boring, as we'll get to when we talk about worst match of the year, but I'll save it for that.
Velkej, worst unit.
So it's just 4 or 5 guys, because very much same as Arametha about the strongest Sonata soldier. Yes, I have been also the biggest Sonata supporter. He was my favorite mid-carder. And then they made him a champion. And I have discovered that, yes, the favorite mid-carder is the favorite mid-carder for a reason, because he cannot lead the promotion. And the unit that was built around him was supposed to be good, and it was good, and then they died. So they're dead. And their legacy, unlike legacy of LIJ, is legacy of complete failure. And here we are, a unit that I liked when they formed, I despise now. Worst unit.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody else voted for my pick. United Empire, to me, I don't even think it's close. They have nothing. I mean, they have Callum Newman, who's been good, Great O'Khan, who is Great O'Khan. I mean, he can be good or bad at any other point. They have no other heavyweights to the entire fucking unit now. I mean, TJP and Templario to me don't count because they're never there. And TJP, I think, may have even actually left. I don't know. I actually don't even know. That's part of why another reason why the worst unit is all the TJP bullshit. And yeah, and then they have Akira and they have Jacob Austin Young, who can't even get in Best of Super Juniors. I mean, they somehow feel even weaker than E Nexus V feels in Stardom now. They just feel like such a joke of a unit. Post Jeff Cobb leaving, they've never felt like a real unit since Ospreay left, and they've never felt like a unit that should have continued. But now they feel like an absolute joke, and I don't know how it could be anyone but United Empire. Honestly, like they're such a joke of a unit, and they just have nothing. They have nothing interesting, no story, nothing coherent. They just exist for no reason. So this is another example to me of how bad Gato's booking is. That he's ended all these other units and he's left this United Empire zombie to stagger along. So just a terrible, terrible unit.
It's a good point. I guess my counterpoint would be, well, they're still here, and I think Callum and at least GOK probably are still going to matter as a tag team in the upcoming year, and I think they're pretty good together. But yeah, there's not much going for them.
All right, so back to award we're picking 3 again. So best major show. Obviously, this is just anything but like a weekly TV show or a house show in Japan. Third place, I went with Wrestle Dynasty. It could have just been like watching the show live, how it greatly overshot my expectations. But just having that show end up being so great when I expected absolutely nothing out of it, just was one of the feel-good moments of the year. And the fact that 2 of my picks here are going to be New Japan shows is funny, but the other part of it too is they're both from the early months of the year. And that, I guess, would say something because New Japan got off to such a great start early in the year, and then they completely collapsed after that, in my opinion. But yeah, Wrestle Dynasty third place, just between the Gabe Kenny main event and a surprisingly great undercard, a David Finlay versus Brody King match that was just fire out of nowhere. Just a really, really great show, and one that I enjoyed a ton. So Wrestle Dynasty was my third place. Velkej, third place for best major show.
Okay, my third best wrestling show is T-Heart's 5th anniversary in Shinjuku Face from the March 30th. I don't expect anyone else to actually see the show. When I was watching this show, I was extremely mad that I am not there in person because I would have loved this show. So, reading the card: Honori Hana versus Misakagura, Nori versus Miria Koga, Yuri versus Chi-Chi. That was the match that Chi-Chi got her neck broken. Aja Kong and Tam Nakano versus Kaoru Ito and Natsupoi, and Saori Anani Mikohota. That fucking ruled. Then they switched sides, and the youngsters were against their teachers, because Aja Kong is, of course, teacher of Tam Nakano. Of course she is. And the main event was Dash Chisako, Sayaka Toyota, and Veni versus Chihiro Hashimoto, Miku Kanai, and Suri. Miku, that's the show, if you have ever seen Miku Kanai's face looking like she has been through hell, that's the show. That's the show where that picture was taken after this match, because she has been through hell. Because, of course, Dash Chisako decided to attempt to imprint her foot onto her face, and like there's an actual, like, her underside of her shoe is on Miku Kanai's face, like 1/3 of the match. It was an awesome show, and I loved it fully, because the start of the show was like the youngsters facing each other. Then there was the Cosmic Angels versus the teachers, and then the main event, which was like awesome. If you can find this show, I fully recommend like downloading it, pirating because you cannot buy it anymore, and watching it because it rules.
Third place, Paul, for best major show. You know, I'm gonna go back. I don't know why the fuck I voted for Wrestle Dynasty over the Poi and Otto 10th anniversary show. I'm looking at my votes. I'm like, why the fuck didn't I have that third place?
Oh, don't worry,
I like
that'll
that.
come up later. That show.
Well, I like that show way more than I liked Wrestle Dynasty. So you know what? I'm changing my fucking vote. Poi and Otto 10th anniversary show is my
It's
third
your
place
show.
vote.
You can do that.
I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm voting for that third place. That show was so much fucking fun. I had such a great time watching that show, and I have no idea what the fuck I was thinking when I sat down here and didn't put it in my top 3. So, changing my vote. Poi and Otto 10th anniversary show is my third place show. Paul, what do you have for your third place show?
So in third place, I have New Japan's New Beginning in Osaka. I thought that this was for me, this was the best show New Japan put on this year. I did like Dynasty as well, but I thought it was just a little bit long. Whereas I thought this show was just kind of the perfect length, essentially. You had some really good stuff in there. I don't want to go too deep on some of it because it might come up later. But I really enjoyed the Yota Tsuji versus Gabe Kidd double KO match. The Takeshita versus Oleg Bolton. I thought that was really, really good. So yeah, I thought just very, very good, top to bottom. They finally they ended the Young Bucks reign, which I think that alone was a good idea. So and it was just a really feel good show. It's when that show ended, I was like, ah man, I think New Japan is really turning it around, and turns out this was the high point of the year for them, at least so far. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe we've reached a point where we can go nowhere but up, but we'll see about that.
Arametha, third place for best major show.
Yeah, cast your mind back to the distant mist of February 2025 and think about how excited we were that New Japan had an absolutely killer show, like Paul was just talking about, how things seemed to be going in a great direction, how we were discovering great feuds that we thought could fuel the company for years to come. And think about how it all went to shit so quick. But New Beginning in Osaka, inarguably one of the best shows of the year. A tremendous feel-good moment in the main event with Goto winning. And something I still kind of give a lot of credit to New Japan this year for. I dearly loved that show. And part of why I'm unwilling to call New Japan one of the worst promotions of the year is because of that stretch from January, February, March. Even though Dotaku tour and shows I thought were extremely good stuff.
And then what do you have for the second place best major show?
This was hard, but I'm going to go with Stardom The Conversion 2025. This show felt like a really good jolt. Not that Stardom necessarily needed it, but it fixed an issue I had with Mi Vida Loca not really feeling like a real unit yet in Stardom. And they fixed that by bringing in Bozilla in a really fun tag match. And they also just had great matches top to bottom of the card. A match of the year contender that everyone's talking about, obviously, with Syuri versus Syuri. But it also started with a great future match that was a great performance from both Rian and Hina, who we haven't really talked about much, but I think is really growing into her role as a singles belt holder with the future title. You're seeing
she would have been another good contender for most improved, actually, now I think about it.
Yeah, she would have. That's a good shout. Yeah, she feels like she belongs as a singles champion now, in a way where I'm a little skeptical about Hanan, for instance, being. I don't know why I keep shitting on Hana. She keeps catching strays. It's not really fair. But yeah, the conversion just kind of felt like they had the sophomore album challenge of following up this terrific show that was widely viewed. And I think they more than delivered, which is harder than it looks, I think. After you wrap up all your feuds, to build another great show that's going to start the storylines that carry your company for the next year or so.
Yeah, I didn't end up ranking that show, but that show did over deliver, I think, for the position they gave it and like the level of card it was. So it's a good show. Paul, what do you have for second in best major show?
Yes, so in second place, I have Natsupoi and Sori Anu produce Natsu and Sori 10th anniversary, Our Footprints. This show was just so much fun. I think that's really it. Like these like anniversary shows can get like very like self-indulgent, and I mean this one did, but it managed to just still like remain super fun. Like it just like I mean Suri also in there just probably having like Aya Sakura's like best singles match ever. I don't think it's even really close, to be quite honest. Then you had like the tag match like as a semi main, like that to me was like one of the best, probably maybe even the best tag match of the entire year. And then the like really short like main event after that was really really fun as well. The time limit draw, just an incredibly feel good show where like you just leave that show just having a really big smile on your face. So I thought like this show to me like deserved like a second place vote.
Yeah, struggled to unmute myself there. Sorry. I am so mad at myself that I didn't put it as third place first. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Like, I'm not putting that in my top three because yeah, that show was so much fucking fun, and I'll never forget just that entire like hour long concert at the end. That because I happened to be watching the show at my dad's house, greatly confused my dad that I thought I was watching a wrestling show, and suddenly I was watching a Japanese idol concert. But yeah, it was a hell of a show. So that's officially my third place vote. I don't give a shit. Wrestle Dynasty, see you later. Velkej, what do you have as second place for best major show?
Sendai Girls, the top of Joshi wrestling. It was on the 19th of March in Yoyogi. It had the main event of Chihiro Hashimoto beating Meiko Satomura for the Senjo title. It also had another Aya Sakura versus Chi-Chi match, and also had the Dashisako and Risa Serra being actually a good match, which is a rarity in 2025 for Risa Serra.
I forgot Aya Sakura versus Chi-Chi as feud of the year. That I should have listed that. Fuck.
That's like my fifth or something like that. This show was like a love letter to Sendai Girls and to Meiko Satomura, similar to how her retirement show felt. Just in like kind of bigger and like I don't know how to describe it. While the Korakuen was like a great like last period on her pro wrestling career, on a physical pro wrestling career, the Yoyogi show felt like celebration of it, and it gave me like this very warm feeling about not being sad that she's retiring. It was really really well done show.
My second place, I went with New Beginning in Osaka, which everybody else has kind of talked about already. I mean, like everybody said, it was a feel-good moment for New Japan. You had Goto winning the title over Zack, which was just one of the best feel-good moments in New Japan history. And then the actual reign, I don't think really lived up to it, unfortunately, especially now that it's ended in this weird whimper way. But yeah, you start with that. You have Gabe versus Tsuji, one of my favorite matches of the year, as we're going to get to. You have Takeshita versus Bolton. You had Naito and Hiromu winning the tag titles from the Young Bucks. It was just a very stacked show, and it felt like New Japan was really on the right track again. And boy, did they go off that track very quickly. So unfortunately, this ended up being the high point for their half year. But yeah, that's my second place vote. My first place vote, I have a feeling is going to get a lot of first place votes, but this was like the easiest category, honestly, and it's definitely All-Star Grand Queendom, which I'll be shocked if anything beats it for the entire year, to be honest. I mean, this was a promotion hitting every creative, hitting all the right creative notes, peaking everything at the right time. You had multiple moments that end up being major transitional moments for the company, between Mayu dropping the IWGP to Sayuri before she left. obviously Tam losing the retirement match, but even like the start of Mi Vida Loca and Suzu Suzuki with that really great blood match against May Sierra. Just it felt like such a point in history, the way a big show is supposed to feel, and quite often doesn't always feel, nowadays in wrestling. And it just obviously having the biggest Joshi crowd in 20 or 30 years was really special. Velkej, I'm sure, is going to talk all about, because I would be shocked if we didn't have this number one too, what it was like being in the building. But just even on TV, that the crowd looked amazing. 7,500 people at a Joshi show. I mean, yeah, it just felt like it feels like a moment in time, the way that not a lot of wrestling has felt this year. So it was an amazing show, obviously, but just the significance of it just adds to it and makes it an easy number one pick. Velkej, go ahead and tell me why All Star Grand Kingdom is your number one.
Yeah, All Star Grand Kingdom is my number one. Of course it is. Outside of having to see Tam Nakano's last match and getting to dance a victory dance on her grave, sadly I did not get the proper picture that I wanted to take with the poster. Never mind then. Hopefully I can get the poster on the later date. The penultimate match, as I said, the penultimate match of Meiko Satomura, being there, witnessing that in person, the entrance like being all red, and listening to Rock Your Life Away for the last time ever, and like even for anyone else to listen to, like I was one of the last people who have listened to the song like in person. Like it felt like an honor to be there for that match specifically. Then of course one of my favorites beats other of my favorites for the IWGP title. Awesome. I said previously that I have flown to Japan to see Shure walk into the sumo hall with the red belt to lose it. I knew that she's going to lose it, and I went to this show to see her win a title. Sadly, she lost it already, but what can you do? I seen her win the title, so that's my reward. And everything else that was on the show built to the most dramatic ending that you can imagine show ending on. And it really is not just the best show of the year and will be the best show of the year. It cannot be defeated by anything else. I think it feels like the defining show. And now this is going to be really high praise. This is the defining show of the decade right now in Japan. I know it's really like that's a lot, but I think so.
Paul, what do you have for your first place best major show?
So I have a feeling this one is going to be an unanimous vote. I also voted for Stardom All-Star Queendom 2025. I don't think it's particularly close either. Just an amazing show, top to bottom. It's already been talked about quite a bit. I think it will be talked about again as well. So I wanted to highlight a match that I think is getting a little bit lost in the shuffle because it was like my last cut, basically, of my my top three here for like a match of the half year. But it's a match that I'm fairly certain is going to be like making my like match of the year list at the end. And that's the no DQ match between Suzu Suzuki and Mei Seira.
Fantastic choice.
It's such a good match. It's like the violence in it is just like off the charts. Just like those two just destroyed each other. Just completely just like you really felt like the hate and the heat in that one. Just two people that were just like, no, I don't just want to beat you. I want you to bleed. And they just bled all over the place. And again, I feel like it's getting a little bit lost in stuff because there was so much other great stuff, like even matches that were even better than this one as well. So, but yeah, like it's such a good match. It's exactly what it's one of the things that I love. I should also say I haven't actually watched the like Jun Kasai versus Desperado match yet because it probably would have made my top three here otherwise. But like since I haven't watched that one yet, this is like my best like it's not a death match, but like like blood match that I've seen so far this year.
Arametha, I'm gonna guess you're gonna make this one anonymous, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Nobody told me their picks ahead of time. I should say, even Velkej, when I was just like, "Go ahead, Velkej, tell me why it's the best show of the year." I just like, what else was he gonna vote for? He was there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Look, it's the best show of the year with a bullet, and I believe Velkej is right when he says it's the best show of the decade so far. I mean, there is Wrestle Kingdom.
Not best, defining.
Oh, defining.
That's
okay.
slightly different. Different. Not best, defining rather.
Defining it how?
It's how to call it. It's like if you will think back onto the start of the 20s and will pick out the wrestling show that you have watched at the start, like at the first half of the 2020s, you will think of this show. You will not think about Wrestle Kingdoms. You will think of this specific show that has seen Tam Nakano retire in the main event. That's defining.
Mm-hmm. It is a gorgeous climax.
I mean, also,
what they
just real quick.
Yeah.
So I think this might also be defining in that way that is this the moment where Stardom took over from New Japan as the biggest promotion in Japan?
Ooh, that's a steep hill to climb still.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Even
it outdrew Dominion.
That is true.
I am the numbers guy, but the New Japan will have the advantage of at least 20,000 people on every Itanion. So, and even if the best attendance for Stardom was 2023, and they would have gotten 100,000 if they have not completely botched the November and December, where they collapsed in attendance. And 100,000, like the least attended year of New Japan is somewhere like 200,000. So they still had to get twice as many people attending the shows to overtake their parent. I don't think they possibly can. Like maybe in 8 years' time we will talk about it differently, but not right now.
Yeah, I would be curious to see how, even though I know New Japan is going to book larger venues, it'll be interesting to compare the G1 to the 5-star this year and see how much of the hype carries over into the marquee singles tournament for both promotions.
I think the G1 is going to draw some really rough crowds. Really rough, I think.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I could see it too. Yeah, I mean, all that's left to say is the back half of this card has more great matches than most promotions will have in a year. And they resolved just about all their storylines that they had been building up for a while in a satisfying way. It's, in my head, kind of the defining Stardom show now over the other all-star Grand Queendoms, including like the other big feuds like Tam Nakano and Julia, or Suri and Utami. This is Stardom at their strongest, and there's no reason to think they're going to slack off after this.
So, sticking with you, Arametha, what do you have for worst major show? I kind of wonder if this one won't be unanimous too.
Do we all want to just say it at the same time?
Dominion?
Yeah, Dominion. It's not even fucking close. Here's the thing. There were probably worst worked shows this year.
Yeah.
But why Dominion is the worst show is because it solidified a narrative that had been up until this point kind of amorphous around New Japan, or rather was probably repeated by its most annoying and bad faith critics. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a fan of, well, okay, I like the House of Torture. I think they've made a huge mistake transforming it into a promotion defining unit. because they're also the unit where you put your guys who can't work to the high level of work rate that you expect the rest of the promotion to be able to do. And they're also just not compelling as villains because they're Keystone Cops for the most part. Up until this point, they've always been the Keystone Cops. The whole point is they get close and you get worried for a minute, and then, oh no, they fall on their face at the end. The move with Dookie was stupid and took the crowd out of it, took me out of it. Shingo and Goto did kind of a perfunctory high-level G1 match for a Dominion main event. That's just not the level it needs to be at. Gabe Kidd is going to be haunted for years by that failed senton, by gifs of that failed senton, and hopefully that gif has audio so you can hear the crowd laughing at him. He has... It is so funny to realize in retrospect how much of Gabe Kidd's appeal was entirely tied up in his mojo, and how quickly that was destroyed in a way that the company just doesn't seem able to acknowledge. It is an absolute travesty, and it's going to haunt New Japan in general, probably for the rest of the year.
Yeah, maybe even for longer.
Maybe even longer, yeah.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to add about Dominion. I fucking talked way too much about Dominion on the last episode, so anyone else wants to say anything else about it?
No. I have also talked
not
about
really.
it everywhere.
It
I
is
will talk about
New
something on the
Japan's
show later.
Yeah, it is New Japan's 2020 Hell in a Cell.
Yeah, it was just a completely bad show on like almost every level. And like you said, the wrestling itself, there's been shows with worse wrestling, but even the stuff that was supposed to be great wasn't quite great enough. Like Tsuji Kid rematch did not even come close to the first one. Goto Shingo, I thought was like a 4-star match, which is not anything special for Dominion Main. So yeah, just a horrible show.
Yep.
All right, get back to good vibes here. Most outstanding wrestler. This is again, people don't follow the Observer Awards. This just means the best wrestler of the half year, only in ring. Nothing else is considered. Just who is having the best matches. That's all that matters for this award. I'll let you start, Arametha, since we kind of all did the same thing for Dominion. What do you have, or for Worst Major, sorry, I should say. Who do you have third place for most outstanding wrestler?
Yeah, my number 3 is Suri. She always delivers, right? Even in tag matches, she is kind of the gravity that the rest of God's Eye swirls around, and the rest of the tag match as well. And she never fails to be anything less than excellent. She had a fantastic match against Mayu Iwatani at All-Star Grand Queendom, and a fantastic feud with Suri that is already getting Feud of the Year talk, and I don't think is over. She's taken a break like we discussed earlier. I think she has more than deserved it, and she is going to come back bigger and better than ever. I'm really, really thrilled with her year so far.
Paul, who do you have for third place in most outstanding wrestler?
I also went for Shuri. Just amazing wrestler, top to bottom, incredibly consistent as well. I think that's always something that I'm kind of looking for in this category specifically. Just anytime she's on the card, she's going to deliver. Like anytime you put her in a big match, it's going to be at least 4 stars. I probably by the end of the year, I feel pretty confident that like Suri with Shuri is going to make like my list for like the full year. That's going to make my list for like Feud of the Year. Like my top 3, because I definitely think they're gonna run that back at some point. We're gonna see a third or maybe even a 4th match this year. Just amazing every single time she's in there. Incredibly stiff, which is something I very always love as well. And yeah, great wrestler.
Velkej, third place for most outstanding.
Marino Saihara, she's carrying ring-wise Actwres Girlz on her back right now. She has completely changed her wrestling style twice now. She went from the grounded Squirrel Girl cosplayer to the somewhat judo influenced and inspired wrestler into the like a proper main eventer for a Joshi promotion where the majority of the wrestlers are kick wrestlers. And it has been great to watch her grow and to watch her like develop herself and change her style. The finisher still has ways to go. I would hope she's changed it, but um, I'm really happy about the place where she is right now.
Over under on when she leaves Actwres Girlz.
She still has the title, so and she will not lose it.
I mean, that didn't stop Miku Ono.
Miku Ono did not have a title when she left.
Oh, she did? I thought she was her top champion at the time.
No, that's Shozuki.
Oh, that's right. I got them confused.
Shozuki. Shozuki beaten Mari and who beaten Miku before that. So, but she will probably not leave until, I don't know, at least she will not lose the title at least until October, I think. And I do not expect her to leave until at least January. And I don't think she's actually leaving. Her, I don't see her leaving, to be honest.
So my vote's here for most outstanding. So it's interesting. All three of the people I'm voting for here, I could see not being on my final list at the end of the year because they all, for some reason or another, started the year really strongly and they might have some issue finishing the year nearly as strongly in the second half. So I don't know who I'm going to end up with my most outstanding by the end of the year. And there's a few people I didn't vote for because they had slow starts to the year. Like I'm thinking specifically of Poi and Shiori, who I think could have really strong back halves of the year. Who they had their awesome tag match at the anniversary show, an awesome tag title match, and the really awesome trios match at the start of the year, actually. But I feel like they could get more singles opportunities in the second half between their two upcoming title matches and the 5-star. So that's two I wanted to shout out that I think will probably be there in the mix for the end of the year, but I couldn't get them in the top three for the first half of the year. So third place for me for most outstanding wrestler that first half of the year is Gabe Kidd, just because he has 2 5-star matches for me against Kenny Omega and Yota Tsuji. So I felt like he had to be on this top 3, but he really has fallen off the longer the year has gone on. I mean, he still had the awesome match with Taichi in the New Japan Cup. And then after that, he didn't really do a whole lot, especially because he went to AEW and had that really pathetic kind of run, really pathetically booked more than anything, I should say, where he just didn't do anything interesting, and then wasn't even in the match at Anarchy in the Arena match. And then he comes back to New Japan and has like a 3 3/4 star match with Tsuji at Dominion that was really disappointing compared to their match of the year level match earlier in the year. So he has fallen off big time. It's possible he gets it back on track in the G1. But given, as somebody else said, I think Arametha said it before, given how much of he was tied to his vibes and how hurt the vibes seem to be by this AEW run, I don't know if he will, honestly. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the Death Rider shit has to go at minimum because it's such a downer watching him do that in New Japan when he's supposed to be the rah-rah New Japan guy, that it just really detracts from his entire persona for me. And why I'm kind of worried about him, ending the year on this list for me.
Oh, and to add to that a little bit, he also clearly got really rattled by people's online criticisms of him, right?
Yeah, the man in the arena.
Yeah, exactly. And his whole gimmick was he's a madman. He doesn't care what you think. And it's clearly not true. Like, I just can't see that anymore.
Second place, I went with El Desperado. I think he's had an amazing first half of the year between his junior title reign, had that incredible match with Kosei Fujita back in, I can't remember if it was February or March. It was in Korakuen, somewhere around there. He had a great match with Francesco Akira. He had a really awesome Best of Super Junior, where he again was one of the big highlights and one of the only highlights of that tournament. And then obviously just had a match of the year level match against Jun Kasai at the Death Pain Invitational that really put him over the top for me as a top finisher for this award. The only thing I would say with him that I'm a little worried about for finishing the year in the top 3 is New Japan juniors have a tendency to disappear in the second half of the year because obviously they're not in the G1, and then if they're not, they're not in the G1, which takes up a lot of time. They don't tend to get a lot to do, even for like King of Pro Wrestling or Power Struggle. That's super interesting. So that's why I kind of wonder if he won't fall to third or even fall out of my top 3 entirely. But for the first half of the year, I think he's a clear one of the best wrestlers in the world, and just putting on an amazing first half. So it was Desperado here in second for me. Velkej, who do you have in second place for most outstanding?
Sorry. Suri's biggest issue is that while she has high quality matches, her volume is really like small. She picks her spots. She's either on very small indies that do not make tape, or like indies that do not make tape, not just very small indies, but indies that do not make tape in Japan, or works her own produce, or is in high profile places in STARDOM and in Marigold last year in STARDOM. So her volume is somewhat smaller, but her output is really, really high. So I cannot vote her as a first because the volume of the person that I'm voting as a first is much higher than hers, while also having as high quality output as she does. The only issue with Sari is that this will be a thing at the end of the year because she can fall off. I think I will get tired of her formula in matches where she is slightly hypocritical in how she what she does in wrestling matches. This is not a place to opine on it, but I don't think I'm going to be voting her high up at the end of the year in this category.
So what you're saying is Suri is the casual fan's favorite.
Yes.
Paul, who do you have in second place for most outstanding?
In second place, I have Hiroki Goto. He was kind of like the feel-good story of the first half of New Japan's year, where he was like there for like the peak years of New Japan. And he was kind of like the guy that kind of got shuffled by the wayside a little bit during those peak years. And everybody basically had just resigned themselves to like him never getting to the top of the promotion. And then this year he actually got there. And I thought all of his title defenses were like really good to great, really. He really is like the thing that kept a lot of people, I think, interested in New Japan as well. The reason I put him here and not under like the Flair Thesz Award, because I generally tend to vote for different people in the category. I try not to like put the same people in both categories. The reason I put him here and not there is because I do think there's very legitimate questions you can have about his drawing record, because a lot of those matches kind of coincided with Naito leaving the promotion, and that very obviously like boosted attendance. So it's really questionable how much of that you can attribute to him versus Naito. So, but I do think the match quality is undeniable of him on top, so I voted him second here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I do think the Goto drawing record is a little overstated, which we're going to get to. But the way that attendance has dropped the moment Naito left too is very telling, I think. But New Japan's just in a very weak position right now in general. Arametha, second place for the most outstanding.
Yeah, second place for most outstanding for me is El Desperado. I had worried last year that we had already gotten the best that we could from him. It felt like he had kind of peaked and he wasn't going to get another lengthy run at the belt. And instead, I've been delighted that he's kind of gotten to not only get that long run, but also basically seem to book it himself, more or less, and get a fantastic resolution to his feud with Jun Kasai, as well as just banner after banner of junior title defenses. I deeply, deeply love Despy, and I could not be happier with where at least the junior title is at the moment, because I'm also pretty convinced that Fujita versus Despy is going to be another banner.
And your first place person, I should say, for most outstanding.
Yeah, look, call me a casual, but I think Sari is flat out one of the best wrestlers working right now. Big Match Sari is just on a different level than Big Match of just about any other wrestler. And she works at a incredibly high floor that I think is pretty challenging for other wrestlers to reach to, but seems just very rewarding for that wrestler. The Aya Sakura match that at the Natsu Sayori show that Paul mentioned earlier is a great example of that. She can just bring out the best in anyone that she's wrestling at the moment. I'm not quite sure I see the formula Velkej does. This could be a case where Velkej ends up ruining it for me, though, as I start watching for it now that I'm thinking about it.
How dare he?
How dare you, Velkej? Velkej, apologize to Sari, or you're going to get
I will not
Uranage.
apologize to Sari. She's a sunfrot and she stole the title from my wrestler.
You're going to get Uranage out of your boots.
Paul, give me your pick for most outstanding so far in the first half of 2025.
I will also be a filthy casual. I also voted for Sari. Look.
You lot.
Look, just because, okay, she doesn't work a lot of matches, right? But, similarly to how we don't hold it against, Misawa, that we don't have, footage of his house shows in the 90s. The fact that we just have his, top tier matches, really, right? Similarly, I'm not going to hold it against Sari of, not working that many matches, really. And I can just judge her based on what I've seen. And what I've seen of her is just amazing every single time she's in there in the ring. So to me, this was just a slam dunk, really no second. When I basically went through the list, this was one of the first things I put in was Sari as most outstanding wrestler there. Because to me, it's just kind of undeniable. And she just is the best worker right now.
So, Velkej, go ahead and give me your pick for most outstanding so far.
Mayu Iwatani. Mayu Iwatani is the best wrestler in the world for the first half of the year, and I assume she's going to be one of the 2, or at the most 3 best wrestlers in the world when the year ends. Why I'm voting for her as the first and not Shuri, for example, not using Sari on my top, is that because she has moved into different environment and because she has done everything she could in Stardom multiple times over, and this is her chance to be the centerpiece of the promotion that she was supposed to be in Stardom in 2018 before she got hurt, and that she was supposed to be in Stardom in 2020 before pandemic. And so this is her chance to build promotion around herself, because Utami does not want to do that. She doesn't want to do that. And while I love Mirai as a wrestler, I don't think she can do that right now. And the rest of the roster is not up to snuff as well. So this is her promotion now. And the success or failure of this promotion will lie steadily on her shoulders, no one else's. And I have one of the top 3 matches that we will be talking about sooner. Mayu is there on, and the rest of her output this year has been really high as well, even before she moved to Marigold. And I think in Marigold she will deliver as well. So this is more like vote into the future than vote about the last half of the year, while still being the appreciation of her work throughout these 6 months.
So in first place, I went with Sayori. Sayori, she has 3 of my top 10 matches of the year. I think she's the only one who appears on my top 10 3 times. So she pretty much got it right there between the Mayu match at All-Star Grand Queendom, the first Sari match, and the second Sari match Sari, I had just missing. I probably put her fourth. It's just the quantity of matches is not there for me, which I guess is where she just misses. But Suri, besides the top end stuff, she is so good even on these Stardom house shows where she's always like one of the best wrestlers when she gets in there and just mixes up with people. So she just is one of the best wrestlers in the world right now to me. Incredibly well suited to my personal taste too, where she's trying to make this shit look real. A lot of times it feels like. I'm worried about her finishing the top 3 for the full year now that she's announced she's going on hiatus, especially if she's going to miss the 5-star. On the other hand, I think someone like Sari, if she does end up entering the 5-star, like is rumored, can really shoot up my ranking and probably end up finishing in the top 3, if not winning the award, based on the first half she had and what she could still be doing. But yeah, Suri is who I went with for my most outstanding for the first half. I just think she's been clearly the best wrestler in the world in the first half of 2025. Okay, so we're at best promotion now, hitting the home stretch here. All we have left is best and worst promotion, best and worst match, and the Flair Thesz Award. So I know we're almost at 3-hour mark, but hopefully we can maybe keep this to like 3.5 hours. We'll see.
No, I believe we can cross 4 hours. You can do it, boys. Let's go. 5-star run times.
Best promotion. This was like such a hard category for me. The first place to me is the easiest pick I've ever, like probably the easiest pick here next to All-Star Grand Queendom, which I don't even think I'm gonna, I'm not building up much suspense there. I think if you listen to my podcast, who I think is the best promotion. But the second and third was really hard because there's very few promotions I'm enjoying all around this year. There's promotions that have done stuff I've liked, and it was kind of just hard to narrow it down to a second and third place. My last cut was probably Marigold. Their in-ring is just too inconsistent for me still to put them in the top 3, but I think they're getting close. Third place, I ended up voting for Noah. Again, they don't have a lot of high-end stuff for me, a lot of high-end matches. So that is like one reason why I struggled with whether or not I should put them here. But I think when I broke down my like 4-star matches by promotion, they were like one of the lower ones, especially for a promotion I've watched the entire half year. But I don't know, their booking is pretty good now. I like Team 2000X. I find them like a certain level of exciting. They're kind of here by default because nobody else is exciting me this year. But I like Ozawa. I like watching him. It's just they just never hit high. They never really hit highs for me in the in-ring, which is what holds them back. But they're a baseline enjoyable watch, I guess, and a pretty weak field of overall promotions for me this year. I think that's enough to be third. Velkej, who do you have as your third best promotion?
It's DDT. I have very much scaled down the amount of promotions that I watch full time in air quotations. Mostly because a lot of the promotions have disappointed me, and DDT is for me the promotion that whenever I like drop in from somewhere to just watch the random show, either fully or even just pick up a few matches here or there, or just randomly go watch the Eggman do his Eggman shit before he went to his weird whatever excursion is he doing. I hope he comes back. So whenever I drop in, I'm satisfied with whatever I watch, and I'm very happy about the matches that I watch. That doesn't happen to me with Dragongate, doesn't happen to me with Noah, doesn't happen to me with All Japan, doesn't happen to me with Tokyo Joshi Pro anymore, nor Ice Ribbon or other promotions that I watch like as a drop-in promotion. Which, by the way, New Japan is going to be a drop-in promotion now since Dominion. So DDT and New Japan will fight for the third spot on my list of the promotions of the year, probably.
Paul, who do you have for your third best promotion?
I also kind of struggled a lot with this one. I also ended up going with DDT. It's not a promotion I watch everything from. It's kind of a promotion I like drop in and out of. But what I've seen from them, I've enjoyed for the most part. Did also just just put the belt back on Higuchi, which I think is the right call to make there as well. Like the other thing I was thinking about as well is like trying to, because there were like other promotions I've been enjoying as well, but like for example, like with Big Japan, it's hard to like give them a vote because their business is so shit. So which I think kind of drags their shows down a bit because it's just kind of dire to watch at times. So I went with a promotion where like you don't really know what the business is because they don't tell you. So yeah, DDT at the end of the day, I don't enjoy everything they do, but still like the top level stuff I think delivers more often than it does not.
Arametha, who do you have for third place for best promotion?
Yeah.
I should mention too, by the way, I forgot that it's supposed to be business related too, and Noah's business has been up. So it's another good reason to put them third place. But anyway.
Yeah, I didn't consider business at all, but it seems pretty clear to me that DDT has been pretty successful this year, and I think they're a pretty easy top 3 choice. Slotting them in at number 3 for me. I have really, really, really enjoyed the last 2 major DDT shows I watched. The King of Kings show from just yesterday, which not only had Chris Brooks versus the Gooch, that was a fantastic belt match. It also had a really good preview tag with Minoru Suzuki versus Aoki and MXM versus Harada and Danshoku Dino in a really delightful match. Happy Pride Month, everyone. The vibe in DDT for now just feels like they're well into form. They're that great mix of really good comedy undercard that joyless motherfuckers love to rag on. But for those who know, you know that nothing gets you through a 5-hour Korakuen show like starting with 4 or 5 really good comedy matches. It just breaks up the flow and the pace in a way that's really satisfying. And they're loaded with great young talent. Gooch at the top of the card is a great choice. I can't wait to see what he does with the belt. And I'm kind of into Minoru Suzuki as their Universal Champion in his feud with Aoki right now. Just top to bottom, I'm really happy with DDT.
And second place for best promotion.
Second place for best promotion. I feel a little weird about this one. I had a hard time figuring out my second place. I'm going with New Japan. The reason why I'm going with New Japan, and I feel like I'm being defensive, which is probably a sign that I shouldn't have picked them second, is because if I were to sit down and just make a list of my favorite wrestlers, it would more than half of them would still be New Japan. I don't think they're in an unrecoverable bad spot, even though they are admittedly in a bad spot. I don't have a lot of faith in them right now, but I have to consider that since this is still mid-year, we have to consider like their really strong start to begin with. We have to consider that they had one of the best storylines of the year with Goto winning the title and holding on to it for so long. And we have to consider that even though we're all down on Gabe Kidd, he looked like the motherfucking future for a little while there. And that doesn't seem to be the case anymore, but it was the case for a while there. I think it's enough to slot them in second place, but I'm persuadable that I'm crazy here, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about ranking them third just because they still have a lot of great in-ring wrestling and they're still all over my 4-star plus match list. I just couldn't bring myself to do it because the booking's been so horrible. I just don't enjoy watching them at this point. So I couldn't rank them. But and their business is down too. So Paul, who do you have in second place for best promotion?
In second place, I have Noah. Again, not the best year in terms of like in-ring output in Noah, but I think the uptick in business is just undeniable. I mentioned this earlier. Like they're doing amazing business, everywhere they go, right? Like especially in Korakuen, just amazing turnaround for them there. Another thing of note really is like we're not that far removed from Noah having some like absolute dog shit crowds. Just like even when the wrestling was good, the crowd just didn't make any noise, and now they're like basically hot like every single show, which I think it's really important and actually really helps like improve like when you like the experience when you watch the shows as well, and you like see a crowd that very obviously is having like a lot of fun, which is the case like when you watch Noah shows these days. So to me, it was like an easy like second place vote.
Velkej, who do you have in second place for best promotion?
I have a brand to consider. Of course, it's Actwres Girlz. It would not have been the case 6 months ago because I call them the worst promotion that I actually follow from show to show, worst booked promotion. It was awful. It was horrible. It was one of the most baffling decisions before the Doki actual non-turn was the Act's title reign in air quotations, which she spent in a hotel room taking selfies and posting them on the internet in LA because she was supposed to be there for Kitsune and wrestling other shows, possibly. Don't ask me. It was very weird month. And so that's... but they have turned it around. And as I mentioned before, Marino Saihara and Sakura's title reigns, especially in February, has basically rebuilt my faith in the promotion. I don't know if they have found someone else to write the shows after the Marigold, Exodus, and Fuka have left with to found the Marigold. But they are doing a really good job right now.
For second place for best promotion, I put DDT, which is funny because I really wasn't even watching them at the start of the year. But ever since I've started watching them again, I have greatly enjoyed it for a lot of the reasons everybody else already said. So, that's... I feel like everybody else kind of summed it up. But yeah, the shows just feel fun and feel good. And when a lot of other promotions, especially New Japan, just are putting on feel bad shows a lot lately, it's definitely nice to tune into DDT and have a good time. So, and they've had some really great top of the card stuff with Higuchi, in the King of DDT final, and then winning the title from Chris Brooks on today's show. So, yeah, DDT number 2. Number 1, I have Stardom. I'd be surprised if anyone doesn't have Stardom. I mean, they're drawing their biggest crowds ever. The booking has been outstanding. I mean, I've seen some complaints that the booking's been a little bit too slow at times, but like, I honestly don't. I talked about this on the last episode. I don't really dislike them having fewer red belt defenses, given how badly New Japan has been like running the IWGP World Title into the ground with all these defenses. So, I don't mind them taking their time a little bit out of All-Star Grand Queendom and kind of like, transitioning a little more slowly. I really don't mind that. And I think they just have, besides the fact that I think the booking is very good, the roster is so incredibly stacked at this point between the top of the card people. I mean, they had so many people who felt like they could be at the top of the card at any time that they've lost, the names they've lost. They've lost Tam. They've lost Mayu. They've lost Micah, at least probably for the rest of the year. They're about to lose Shiori now for some length of time. And it just doesn't feel like it slows them down. And it helps when you bring in Sari, obviously, and she's probably going to be in the 5-star. But I mean, you have Natsupoi, you have Shiori, you have wrestlers who are ready to be in main events. You have Momo Watanabe, who could turn face at any time, and she'd probably be ready for a main event. You have Azumi, who you could always finally push into the main events for real. You have Starlight Kid, who stepped up as white belt champion. And then you have the entire young generation who all look so good. I mean, you have such a great roster here that I don't really think any other promotion in the world, men's or women's, really measures up to them when it comes to, young talent and established talent. Like AEW, obviously, they spend a ton of money and they have an amazing roster of established talent, whatever you think of their booking. But they don't have the young talent beneath that are ready to develop, that you could watch develop and watch get ready to step into those roles in a few years. They completely lack that, and Stardom has that, which really is what puts them over the top to me. Not just for best promotion, but best roster, best promotion. Just they are on top of wrestling for me right now. I don't really even think it's close. Velkej, who do you have as best promotion? Oh, did we lose Velkej?
No, I'm sorry. I forgot to unmute myself. I apologize. This is the first time that happened. Okay, it's Stardom. I have just right now ran the numbers because that's what I am going to add to their case as the best promotion of the year. 53,065 tickets sold in the first 6 months. August will be bigger month than, for example, February, so I assume they will break the 100,000 barrier in the year, which will be, of course, their most successful year ever, and so on and so forth. I don't see they can always collapse. I have seen that happen in 23, but I don't think that's going to happen this year. And they're the best promotion of the year.
Paul, who do you have as best promotion?
Well, Stardom, obviously. I don't think it's even particularly close. To be quite frank, I think in theory, like number 2 and 3 slot should be empty. Maybe I should have actually voted that way, but I do think DDT and Noah deserve some flowers here. But like I think Stardom is like just the number one, like so far and away this year. Just their business is doing amazing. Their booking is on point at the moment. The in-ring quality is on point. It's just a no doubt slam dunk winner for like promotion of the year. And unless they completely go off the rails in the second half of the year, I do think they're going to be defending that spot at the end of the year as well.
Arametha, I'm guessing you're going to make it unanimous, but maybe shock me here. Tell me Tokyo Joshi's the best promotion.
Glate is the best. I can't even say it. Of course it's Stardom. And to be honest, if Stardom fell off a bit, like Paul was saying, they would still have so far to fall before they would be challenged for best promotion of the year. They're just way ahead of everybody else. Even if there was some frustrating booking in our near future, maybe some bad matches, maybe some injuries, there's still so much going on top to bottom of the card that I have complete confidence they would recover. Number 1 with a bullet, Stardom.
I mean, they're the only promotion too, just to add to this, that like I will tune into every random house show for, no matter what, pretty much at this point.
Yeah, that's the real test, isn't it? That when their house shows are must watch, you're insanely hot.
They had a 4-star match on today's house show in the main event, which was like a 10-woman tag that I won 4 stars on, which it was Hate against the joint team of Neo Genesis and Poi and Sayori. And yeah, that they had no reason to go that hard in a 10-man tag in Okayama, and they just did. So, I mean, it just tells you the level the promotion is cooking right now. And even when the stuff isn't like amazing in ring, they still have really fun stuff. Like the day before, they had the God's Eye lottery handicap match where like Saki Kashima was like begging not to be on the opposite team as Sayori, and she ended up on the opposite team as Sayori, and it was very funny. I mean, they just have so many. Like Saki Kashima is never going to make anyone's best list of anything, but she's such a great comedy mid-carder now. When you have people in these bit roles like Saki,
Koguma,
the one I'm trying to think of. There's so many people in bit roles right now. You know, even Fukigen the clown is like so entertaining.
Oh yeah,
and I feel like nobody talked about her during the Hate part, but yeah, I mean she during the best unit, but yeah, she's like super entertaining at what she does. And like, yeah, the people in their bit roles are super entertaining, and that's part of why this promotion is so good. So, you know, they're so ridiculously deep and they're so great, and I feel like I can't talk them up enough, honestly. Now let's get negative again. Arametha, your worst promotion of the first half of 2025.
So here's the thing. I think with modern wrestling, especially if you are willing to watch Japanese and lucha wrestling, you really don't have to watch bad wrestling, ever. You don't have to follow a bad promotion if you don't want to. So I'm kind of taking it on faith when I say this, but I'm pretty sure the worst promotion in Japan going right now is Glate. As much as we ragged on New Japan, to some degree there's an element of this is a disappointment, this is a fall off. You were so much better than this in the not too distant past. What the hell are you doing? I don't know if there was any time this year or the previous year or the year before that when Glate wasn't an absolute blight on the wrestling industry in Japan. Did I put it too strong, Paul? I don't know.
Oh, no, not strong enough.
Because you actually watch it, you madman.
Well, not anymore. That's the thing. Like, I used to watch them really, but like I kind of fell off this year because the promotion.
Did you subscribe to the thing?
No, but yeah, it's.
I used to watch them before they went behind the paywall too. Like not every show, obviously.
Yeah.
But I would put them on YouTube, and they were always horrible. I'm not voting for them because I haven't seen a single second since they went behind the paywall. I'm not paying them $8 a month to watch garbage.
See, I get that argument, but my argument is also because it's a business argument. Because their business is just absolute dog shit now. Like, you just need to look at the numbers to know they're not doing well. And like, you also need to look at the people that they're bringing, and you need to look at the booking, which like you can actually do all of that. You don't need to watch a single second of this promotion to know that it's absolutely horrific. Right? So they're keeping the title on Hayate Tamura for an entire year, which I will actually say I actually don't dislike that reign. I feel like I'm actually the high man on that reign because I think the general consensus is that was not a good reign. I did not mind it, to be honest. But then they actually they kind of build up Soma Watanabe in a weird ass way for the title challenge. And the way they did that is by having him continuously lose to Shima. And that somehow they expected that was like a good way to build him to the title. But like, okay, whatever. They actually got to the final point, which was like Soma Watanabe takes the title off of Hayate Tamura after a year, being put over in a big spot in Tokyo Dome City Hall, where they drew 500 people less year over year. I know that's technically last year, but it's the 31st of December, so I'm just going to include it because fuck you. And so we're all aboard the Soma Watanabe train, right? Like, he's the next guy. And then he keeps the title for 12 days before he loses it to Kaito Ishida in Ideon, right? Where they drew a grand total of 364 fans, which is a, quite frankly, absolutely embarrassing number in that building. I actually, just real quick, went through and I kind of looked up. So what is actually like Great's like best number this year, literally anywhere, right? Their best number was on the 25th of May in Kobe Sambo Hall for like Shima's big return to Kobe, where they drew 733 fans in Kobe Sambo Hall. Like, their Hurricanes have drawn was it's
733 for Shima to return to Kobe?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't recognize that. Can you explain how bad that is to me?
Because Shima and Kobe should be like that. Kobe is Dragongate hometown, and Shima is like their biggest star ever. Yeah, and that was his first time in Kobe in like 5 years or something.
Yes. This is like, it's basically like, what if Naito comes back to New Japan, or let's say no, not Naito, because Naito just left. Let's say Okada comes back like next year or the year after, right, and draws like 1,000 people in Korakuen. Like,
really bad.
Or sub 1,000 people in Korakuen. Like, that's what we're talking about here. Like, that's how bad this number is. And that's their best number of the entire year.
Their Korakuen numbers, too, to me are...
The Korakuen numbers are horrific.
And they're probably exaggerated, too, because when I watched that October Korakuen, it looked like there was no one there. And I think they announced like 500 or 600. Like, there was no way there were even that many people there. Yeah. They were fucking tumbleweeds. Because usually, some of these shows where they announce like 600 or 700... you can see the ringside area looks pretty full, and the oranges are empty. The fucking ringside area was completely empty for the October Korakuen. So probably did like an Actwres Girlz level number of like 300 or so. Not Actwres Girlz, Ice Ribbon. Sorry.
Thank you.
Ice Ribbon level number.
Actwres Girlz draw usually their normal 750.
Yeah, which, way better than Ice Ribbon at 300 or whatever. But yeah. Really...
So then they also have like all of the young wrestlers are now like kind of like dropping out because they're like, basically they're kind of like, they've sold their bodies out for this like dog shit promotion of the last couple years, trying to make it into something. It didn't happen. Now they're all like, okay, I guess it's time to rest my body because clearly this fucking shit isn't going anywhere. And I just hope that when it inevitably dies, that like, I really hope that like not a lot of the people, because I do think there's still good talent here. I do think there's still a shit ton of like amazingly talented wrestlers in this promotion. And I really hope that like not a lot of them just get lost in the shuffle and become like low-level indie scummers after this. Because I do think like some of them are really desperately needed to like shore up like other promotions like All Japan, like Noah, for example. Maybe even like some like people go to New Japan or whatever, or like whatever like Naito is going to do going forward. Because I think it would be a shame if like people like Izuchi, for example, just kind of have a career that goes absolutely nowhere. And yeah, it's just a horrific promotion, just has no idea what the fuck they're doing. And I hate it because there is so much wasted potential, right? If I was just like, there's nothing here to like sink your teeth in, I wouldn't even care. I just wouldn't care. But I care, and that's the problem. I care, I want them to be good, and they just aren't, and I hate them.
Velkej, worst promotion of the first half of 2025.
New Japan has broken my heart and stomped on it and then threw it into the trash. It's New Japan. I do not watch GLEAT, so I cannot judge them. And I have unsubscribed from New Japan World for the first time ever. I have been subscribed since 2017, 8 years, and this was the time. So cannot vote for anyone else. The heartbreak, they got me.
So I went with All Japan here. I mean, they're just the promotion I enjoy the least out of the ones I regularly watch, which is how I voted. I mean, obviously, I could have voted for Great. I could have voted for WWE. But I just don't watch these promotions. So that, to me, they weren't promotions I would vote for. And I don't know. I just like All Japan. They have some great matches still. They made my spreadsheet more than Noah, which is surprising to me. But then again, they did have their champion carnival, which Noah hasn't had their N1 yet. And their champion carnival was so incredibly underwhelming overall. I mean, just such a dire champion carnival. It's not like I hate them either. So maybe there's just like, there's no promotions that I hate that I watch, like kind of like what Arametha was saying, that I watch that I really hate. I mean, they have wrestlers I like. I like Hokuto Omori as for his comedy mid card heel role. I like them for what they do, the Hokuto Army, but they just have a lot of wrestlers that I don't really care about at all either. They have like Davey Boy. They have like such a weak junior division. Just a very like a lot of nothing happening on their undercards, and they never hit like high highs. I'm never excited to watch them, even though I always do end up watching them. And it just, just when it comes down to like what promotion do I regularly watch, I'm enjoying the least, I have to go to All Japan, even though I do think New Japan is worse booked. But New Japan still has, enough high level matches because their roster is still very talented that I can't quite put them as worst promotion. But it was definitely a 2-horse race, I will say that, between the two promotions that I actually watch. Which one do I dislike the most? I mean, it was a 2-horse race between New Japan and All Japan. But I did end up going with All Japan here. Okay, so now we're at Match of the Year. Or Match of the Half Year, I should say. So I will start with my third place match, which was Gabe Kidd versus Yota Tsuji from New Beginning in Osaka. I thought it was an incredible match. The way they, leaned into that, this is Shin Nihon stuff. It looks worse in hindsight now because of what Gabe has done since. But it really did feel like an amazing moment in time in pro wrestling to have these two guys go in there and say, this is New Japan and we're still going to treat this like it's important, which it felt like it was important for people to do that. The double knockout finish I thought was earned for once. A lot of times it's not earned when they do these double knockouts. It was like a 5-star match for me, just an amazing match. This has been a really strong half year for match quality because I have like 5-star matches, which is very high for me for the first half of the year. So you'd think I'd be higher on wrestling in general. And it's like, I do enjoy most of what I'm watching. It just doesn't feel like enough promotions are, doing all around great stuff besides the high level matches. But yeah, this was an amazing match. Really, really great stuff. Just the striking was amazing. The way the two of them, just drew the crowd in. There's never been a Shin Nihon chant before or since, which I think is notable as far as the crowd reaction they got. And just so many amazing moments that I remember on this match, especially based around Yota Tsuji's spear, which, that doesn't always look great. I honestly think Sayaka in Stardom has a better spear than he does on average, but it looks great in this match for sure. and I think they really based the entire match around it really well. So, outstanding match, just one of my favorite matches of the year. Easy third place vote. It was my match of the year until two very recent matches beat it. So, Velkej, what do you have for your third place match of the half year?
From All Star Grand Kingdom, the Cosmic Angels versus Sendai Girls. I have mentioned it multiple times. It's Meiko Sajimura's last match, or second to last match, or whatever. And it's in the third place because I had much easier time putting it in the third place instead of trying to figure out how to position my other matches that I rate highly. And it's because of how it made me feel. I got teary-eyed. So, and it was like awesomely worked match, and probably nobody will ever talk about it because the card it was on. So I will carry its flag onwards and forwards.
Paul, third place match of the year.
I voted for Hiroki Goto versus Zack Sabre Jr. from the 11th of February. So New Beginning, the match where Goto won the title. I thought this was like the ultimate like feel-good match of the year. Just, like the second Goto came out and the entire crowd was chanting for him. And then him actually doing it, because I was cheering for him during the match, but I was still like, are they actually going to do it? No way. Like, because it had become such a meme that like Goto just never wins the title. And then he actually does it. And like the whole crowd cheers, like his kids are there. And it's just everybody's happy that he's like actually managed to like achieve finally after this long time. Because again, he got to start like he precedes like guys like Okada, Naito, and everything, right? Like he got bypassed by them. So like he was already like a guy that was like pegged to go to the top and never did. But now he actually managed to finally get there at the tail end of his career. And it was just such a nice and happy moment. And to me, it's my favorite moment of New Japan for the entire year. Not my favorite match in New Japan for the entire year, but my favorite moment.
Arametha, the third place match of the half year.
Yep, so my pick for the third best match of the half year is Kyoraku Kiyomei versus 1-1 Million at Grand Princess 2-5. I talked a little bit about that ages ago at the beginning of this podcast. Kyoraku Kiyomei had been pursuing the titles for a long time, and they built a satisfying story out of their first win, not just in the tournament and in the build-up to this match, but also in the match itself. Miyu and Maki Ito still feel like a wall that every other Tokyo Joshi wrestler has to climb in some way. Which is maybe a little weird because they've been that wall for a long time and they're not around the promotion as much. But it was still so goddamn satisfying the way that after a really hard-fought match where Hyper Masao lost her mask and decided not to even bother trying to remask because the match itself was so hot and they were working so hard. And she has Miyu in, I believe it's a camel clutch, that goes for an agonizingly long time. And I just thought, there's no way Miyu taps to this. There's no way Miyu taps to this. And gradually you realize, oh, Miyu can't do anything else. She has to tap. She does. And there's this big celebration. God, it is such fucking wrestling. That's wrestling right there, man. It was a great end to that particular storyline. And I think it kind of got forgotten in part because there's probably a wider discussion to be had about where Tokyo Joshi sits in the wider like wrestling environment at the moment. But I wanted to make sure to shout out this particular match, this particular feud, and this particular tag team for creating a particularly more memorable moment.
And your second place match of the half year.
Okay, this one's a little weird. My pick for the second best match of the half year is Jun Kasai versus El Desperado versus Masashi Takeda. not the recent title match between Jun Kasai and El Desperado, which I have seen and I did love. And I put it on my list initially, and I just kind of sat with it and thought, shit, I think I just enjoyed the three-way a lot more. I can't. It's one of those that's going to be hard to justify. I think from like a storyline perspective, which, as you can tell from how much I've been talking about, that is probably my favorite thing about wrestling. I'm big on organic narratives that come out of wrestling storylines and wrestling feuds. And this has an element of that, right? Because Jun Kasai does pin El Desperado at the end. It's just an intensely worked death match that is unbelievably bloody. It is fucking disgusting. And I loved every minute of it because I can kind of be a sicko for that kind of shit. I am not at all squeamish. I know that at some level, this is what Jun Kasai and El Desperado and Masashi Takeshita love. This is how they show that they lived. This is how they want to live, right? Going back to Jun Kasai's great promo on Despy years ago at Takataichi Despy Mania. It was one of the heights of deathmatch wrestling I have ever seen. I love the hell out of it. It might be an odd choice, especially considering that Jun Kasai and El Desperado definitely had a great match not that long afterwards to resolve their particular feud. But I'm just being honest here and saying, no, this one I liked just a little bit more.
Paul, second place for match of the half year.
Mm-hmm. And second place, I have Saya Kamitani versus Tam Nakano from March 3rd in Korakuen. Just amazing match. And also, in a weird way, like, this is how you do interference, right? Because this is a match that actually has like a shitload of interference. Like, I think there's like 4 run-ins total, if I remember correctly. But I think it actually works as part of the story of this match, of just Saya Kamitani just being like, no, I need to kill you. Like, I need to end your career. And like, the only way I can do that is like by having my goons help me out. And and Tam just like refused to give up. Like, she's just beat down by like every single time. Like, it's not enough to like put her down, and like her friends help her out and everything. And then ultimately still like Saya Kamitani is just that bit younger, that bit faster, bit more like decisive. And even though like she shows that brief indecisiveness, eventually she's just like, nah, I'm gonna put you down. Or like she lets out that scream and puts her down, and like technically gets her to like leave Stardom. Obviously that doesn't happen, and then they have the rematch at like All-Star Queendom, which I also really loved. I also thought that was an amazing match, but I just loved this one more. So that's why I voted for this match instead.
Yeah, I didn't rank either one of them, but I liked the Korakuen one better too, which I think is kind of a hot take on both our parts. But Velkej,
I'm with you on that, John. I like the Korakuen match better too.
There you go. Velkej, what do you have as your second best match?
I don't think that's a hot take at all, to be honest, but we will get to that later. Second best match of the year is Maya versus Shuri from the All-Star Grand Kingdom. Maya wrestled won a title in an incredible match that felt really good. And seeing which is funny because I have not mentioned that yet, that was the last Mayu match in the promotion. Mayu was on the first show. She was the second match on the card. And that, Mayu versus Shuri, was her last match after, 14 years in the promotion? Yeah, 14 years. She has been in wrestling as long as Stardom existed. And that was her last match that she ever had in the promotion. And it was incredible. And it deserves all the praises that we can pile on it, because it was, how to say it? What's the word? Brilliant. It was a brilliant match with everything that you want to from a modern pro wrestling epic.
Second place for best match of the half year, I have El Desperado versus Jun Kasai from the Death Pain Invitational. Just incredible death match. all those emotions they brought to the table, and they did a great job in the post match, really summing that up. Where Despy finally overcomes Jun Kasai and comes full circle in his career, and basically just says, this is how I was able to reach, in many ways the top of pro wrestling. This is the kick in the ass I needed, was wrestling you, and that's why they gave it the subtitle, I'm so glad I met you. That was like the kind of wrestling story I feel like. Again, I know a lot of the things on this show is like talking about why Japanese wrestling is better than American wrestling, but that was the kind of story I feel like American wrestling never could do. It just is not something. American wrestling is way too instant gratification. Boom, boom, boom. Here's what's happening every week, to ever have a story that can pay off like this in a matter of like 4 years. So just incredible story, incredible match. Some of the sickest spots of all time, like that fucking Tiger Destroyer off the top rope through the glass pane. Just incredible shit in that match. And just that match, by the way, was God, what the hell was the date on that again? I just had it loaded up. It was June 24th from Korakuen Hall. If you haven't seen it yet, definitely go out of your way, because I know it was a New Japan World pay-per-view, but if you don't want to pay money, there's copies of it out there. Don't worry. I'm not encouraging piracy, by the way, if anyone from New Japan happens to be listening, but you can find it. Number one for me happened only 3 days earlier on June 21st at the Conversion. It's Sari versus Suri. This match is everything I want out of professional wrestling and everything I don't feel like we get enough of, especially not from New Japan at this point, and especially not from a lot of companies. It was two wrestlers going in there having a simulated fight for a championship. And I know that sounds so simple, but we make this shit so complicated sometimes that two wrestlers going in there and just kicking the shit out of each other and beating the shit out of each other and feeling they were in an actual fight. There is one moment where I don't even remember who was leaning against the ropes and who dives into who, but one of them dives into the other one and they just go right through the ropes in this really organic way and start like pounding on each other on their chests, like over and over again, flipping over and pounding on each other. That felt more like a real fight than possibly any other moment of wrestling I can remember in recent history. And, the way they just, Sari just like targeted Suri's leg. And again, I feel like a lot of people completely missed the leg stuff and how it paid off in the end, where Suri was unable to defend herself and unable to find her footing to block the Uranages at the end, because it is kind of subtle. But, I think that went over some people's heads probably. But yeah, just this was such an outstanding match. Easy pick for me for 5 stars, an easy pick for me for my favorite match of the half year. Again, even better than the one they had earlier in the year that I won 4 3/4 on. Which I did not expect really going in. And it just blew me away from start to finish. I've already watched it. Like, it's been like 8 days. I watched it like 4 times already. And if anything, it got better on the second watch. So I was just really, really in love with this match, really enamored with this match. And I hope to God I'm there for the rematch. I hope they do it in December at Sumo Hall, because I will be so very happy. So, Velkej, what do you have as your match of the half
My
year?
match of the year so far, and match of the year for sure until the end of the year, is the loser leaves town from Stardom in Korakuen Hall. Tam Nakano versus Kamitani. It's been quite some time since a match made me feel things as much as that match. It was exhilarating, heartbreaking. It was fun at places. It was hard-hitting. It was everything that you want from a main event in Korakuen Hall, I think, outside of maybe wanting a title match out of it. But if you are a promotion like Stardom or New Japan, for example, you are using the main events of Korakuen usually to build something up for your bigger shows. And I actually cannot imagine a match that builds another match that did its job as well as this match. From the business perspective, from the storytelling perspective, from every other perspective. But what made this match go over the top was that when it ended, and when the post-match went on, and when Tam Nakano ran back to the ring, I realized that I'm going to see her retire on my own eyes. And that puts it over the top into the best match of the year, because I love seeing the starts and ends of the careers. I love that. And I was able to do that, and that hit me on a level that probably I don't think I remember if anything other hit me like the match before I went to Japan to see something hit me as much as this match. Like maybe the Shibata versus Okada back in 2017. That's the level. Like that's the level how that match hit me on like emotional level, like comparatively. Like nothing else in 8 years did that thing to me as this match did.
Paul, what do you think for your match of the half year so far?
Just for quick to like bug up Velkej there, where like that feeling is kind of really like unlike anything else, really, because I had that exact same feeling when I realized that I was going to see Kento versus Nakajima in Yoyogi, which is still like my favorite, like that's my favorite all-time match now. So yeah, I kind of really get that feeling, like when you realize, oh, I'm going to see this match and it's probably going to be like my favorite thing ever to like see.
And it's like you are traveling over half of the world to see that. That's on top of that. It's not like you are going to see it like next door or like hour away from your house. You are actually flying over the half of the world to see that match.
I've had that moment a few times, and even though it didn't end up resulting in an awesome match, it still resulted in an awesome moment. All the way back to my first trip in 2016, I did not know Naito was going to win the New Japan Cup when I booked that trip. So when I realized I was going to see him challenge for the IWGP title and hopefully win it at what was still called Invasion Attack, then that was probably my biggest one at that moment. But the other two too, once it became more obvious that he was going to win the G1 and challenge for the title at Wrestle Kingdom, the last one I went to in 2024, that was another one too. But nothing on the level of that 2016 one where it was like, okay, I'm going to see Naito live win the title hopefully, and he did. With a kind of hilarious main event, honestly, not one of the worst Okada Naito matches, but it still was an amazing match, amazing moment, I should say. So, all right, Paul, number one match of the year, gotta get to it.
Yes. What? No, this show's been so short. Let's elaborate a bit more. No. Yeah, my number one is Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd from Wrestle Dynasty. Kenny was out for like over a year. Everybody was like, "Oh, is he gone? Like he's aged now. He's had like a pretty bad injury, like, or well, not injury, but you know, like he had been pretty sick. Like, what's he actually gonna look like? Is he gonna have some ring rust?" Gabe at that point was also still like people were a bit like, "Oh, is he actually gonna like get to the next level or whatever?" And then both of them basically just like pulled out all of the stops. Like Kenny just immediately just showed like that. No, he hasn't lost a single step. Gabe kind of like, to me it was kind of like a star-making performance for Gabe. And yes, there's some stuff that happened later where maybe like now it's not quite as sure what his actual like ceiling is going to be, but like after this match I was like, oh, this guy is like going to be like the biggest star in the world at some point. I just thought like the story that they told as well was pretty tremendous as well, as Gabe like basically being like, yeah, no, like you left New Japan, but I love New Japan. Again, completely irrespective of other things that happened later in the year. I thought that worked amazingly here in this match. And both of them just like utterly destroying each other and just going like completely over the top of like basically everything they were doing in this match. It was very easily like my match for the half year. And the scary thing is I think they actually have a better match in them as well.
Arametha, your match of the half year.
Well, I thought I was going to be the only one to talk about this because it somehow feels like the other filthy casual pick to say Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd, but that still is my favorite match so far this year. One of the things I love about wrestling is how, even though, yes, it is planned, yes, it is coordinated, there is still something natural and organic to telling a story in the ring to guys getting themselves over, right? And you can be handed the opportunity through a big match in a big building, but ultimately you have to earn the crowd's love. And that's not something you can necessarily book for or plan for. Gabe Kidd feels like nobody in New Japan a couple years ago planned for him to be one of their biggest stars. And he forced his way into that conversation. This was the match where the dam finally broke. And he just made himself a star in a way that I thought Kaito versus Ozawa wouldn't be topped when I saw Ozawa become a star on New Year's Day. But somehow Kenny and Gabe Kidd pulled it off. It's worth saying that before this match, like Gabe Kidd as number Shin Nihon Freak was not really part of his character. It became part of his character as part of this feud. And he did such a great job building it not only into the feud, but into the match itself, that the guy instantly turned from a heel to a face. I know that dynamic is not that important in New Japan, but the War Dogs were largely defined as bullying assholes. And then their second biggest star just had such an incredible babyface match that brought Tanahashi to tears that they kind of knew there was no way back from this. This was a career-defining match for Gabe Kidd. And kind of a career-defining match for Kenny Omega as well, right? This was his first match after a year out. This guy can still go. Holy shit. I was not around for the Kenny Omega era. I started watching New Japan well after he left in 2019. And I'm consistently impressed with the guy. He's something where I wish I kind of made a little more time for him, even if it is in AEW. But after a performance like this, I'm going to propose something radical. I think they need to ban Kenny Omega from New Japan. He's too good at making white boys into future AEW targets. We can't let that happen again with Callum Newman.
Yeah, I mean, it's whoever he touches ends up over there. It is true. I'm proud of us, by the way. We are going to go the 4 hours, like we said, because we're all very
well, yeah.
But yeah, I had Kenny and Gabe in fourth, by the way, so it's not like I didn't have it. Still an amazing match. I went 5 stars on. Just like the other 3 matches better. Worst match of the half year, the last negative award. Arametha, tell me something that fucking sucked.
Shota Umino versus Zack Sabre Jr. This was not a terribly worked match by any means, right? This was like a 3.5, maybe 3 3/4. I don't really give star ratings, but that's probably roughly where I'd place it. I think what it did to both wrestlers' careers, though, makes it a very valid contender for worst match of the year. It completely took the shine off of Shota Umino. It might be hard to remember now, but I think the build to that match was absolutely terrific. They had a lot of great Wrestle Kingdom preview matches between Zack and Shota Umino. It looked like they were really hot going in, and they decided to put on an epic, and it turns out they could not do it. They had a match where I don't even know if it could look good or feel coherent if you cut out half of it. It was flabby, it was boring, and it was a failure on the biggest possible stage. And Zack Sabre Jr. came away like tarnished. I feel like a key reason why we're looking back and going, I'm just not excited about Zack Sabre Jr. on top is because of the thought of, well, he failed on the biggest stage, right? He's half the reason that Shota Umino is in purgatory. And the other half, and let's be honest, more than half, is Shota Umino himself not being able to step up. It is, and these guys were clearly like central parts of the plan for New Japan for 2025. And we're feeling the after effects of them following through on those plans and everyone looking and going, no, I don't believe you. Why are you doing this? This doesn't make sense. Again, it's not the worst worked. You can probably find much worse worked. There were worse worked shows on Dominion that were definitely travesties. This feels like the original sin, though, for 2025 New Japan.
Paul, what do you have as your worst match of the half year pick?
I went for, to me, it was a very obvious pick. Again, that was one of the ones I put in first. It's Evil versus David Finlay from Dominion, the dog collar match. Just, I almost feel bad of like having to vote for like the Hanover boy because like, or putting him in like one of the worst categories, because I think like I was a big critic of his for a long time, and I think he really like put in a lot of work of like turning it around, like actually becoming a really good in-ring worker. But then this was just absolute dog shit. Just like, I mean, there's still like obvious things, like Evil obviously not even wearing like the dog color for like significant portion of the match. Like basically 80% of the match just being House of Torture beating down Finlay. Just like the fact that it also wasn't over at all. Like it was in such a high position of the card, but the crowd just did not give a shit. So you just have the entire House of Torture working over David Finlay while there's like some scattered boos in Osaka Joe Hall. And then otherwise most of the crowd just kind of just giving this match total apathy. And like Finlay doesn't even get like a hope spot really. Like he just gets beat, like basically the match starts, like there's a little bit of like a back and forth, like he has like a little bit of a control period, and the entire House of Torture just beats him down, and Evil wins the match. It's just a complete wet fart, just boring beyond belief, and just absolutely the worst match of like very likely the worst match of the year. I kind of struggle to think of something that like I really hope I don't go like there's not a bad surprise and I actually have to watch a match that's worse than this one in the second half of the year.
Velkej, what do you have as your worst match of the first half of 2025?
To continue the theme that Paul has set, it's the Doki's return, which has killed New Japan for me. That match, rather, whatever that was, is why I voted New Japan the worst show, worst promotion, and why I voted Dominion the worst show. So it had to be something on the show, and I think the Doki return was like the culprit of why the show failed completely. And as I said on the show when we reviewed it, I have never seen a booking so baffling as that. That decision made no fucking sense at all, the way they did it. So, the worst match of the year, the Doki return. I don't even know what the match was originally supposed to be honest.
It was supposed to be Kanemaru and Show against Yo and Wato. And then
so yeah,
Doki
that one.
Yeah,
that
Doki came in for Kanemaru. Yeah. So I decided to be very literal with this and just instead of picking like a significant moment, I guess that was bad. What was the worst worked match I've seen in 2025 so far? And the answer is Yuka Yamazaki versus Ryoko Sakamura for Marigold on June 17th in Shizuoka. A match very many people have probably not even seen because it's a VOD Marigold show. You had to literally go out of your way to watch it, in other words. Yuka this was her second match ever, and she looked fine. But her opponent, who's been wrestling since January, Ryoko Sakamura, is one of the worst wrestlers I have ever seen.
Yep.
They put her on the shelf not long after this, after the following Korakuen, as Velkej and I talked about on our show that we did a couple episodes ago, basically for having such bad performances, saying she lacked in spirit due to poor health or whatever. And like, she can't bump. She can't sell. She smiles the entire time when she's supposed to be selling. She can't execute moves. She cannot do anything. She has to be one of the worst wrestlers I've ever seen, who's, this even 6 months into her career, you'd think she'd be able to do something. So just really, really, really bad. This is the only like completely unwatchable match, I think, of 2025, because poor Yuka, who again has looked totally fine, she's in her second match ever. She should not have to cover for this. And she just really has no idea what to do. She looks like a deer in the headlights for a lot of that match. So
yeah, she has looked terrified every time she's in the ring.
You mean Ryoko?
Ryoko, yes, yeah.
And
I feel
I do not think
for
she'll
her,
ever be back.
you know.
Yeah, I don't think she'll ever be back.
Yeah,
honestly.
I do too.
The thing is that they have sent an actually injured woman in Shozuki to finish a job as an assassin, and she did finish her job and sent her back in, and then injured herself during the match as well.
See, I read
It's
that
like,
less as like she's assassinating her. I'm not sure what you mean by that. This feels more like they brought in someone who is a friend or someone she respects to try and get something out of her,
yeah.
and
It was
it absolutely failed too.
yeah,
And it was a
it
last
was like,
ditch. Yeah.
yeah, it was like they have sent someone to do something, and it did not work at all. So
All
yeah,
right.
probably never seeing her ever again.
Final category is the Flair Thesz Award, which is the in-ring and the drawing, basically the MVP of the promotion, who brings the most value to their home promotion. For this one, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to say, in the interest of time, and also because I think we're going to have a lot of the same people, let's all just each read off our top three in one moment. So I will go first and give my top three. Hiroki Goto in third. Goto, even though his drawing record has been a little bit more mixed lately, he still feels like a guy where if he did not have this title reign in the first half of the year, I don't know where New Japan would have even been. I mean, he was one of the only positives throughout the entire first half of the year. I don't think he's going to finish in the top three for the whole year, especially now he's lost the title, but I do think he deserves his flowers in third place. Second place, Ozawa. In first place, Saya Kamatani. I just read them off right there because they're both such similar wrestlers to me, where they win the world title right at the end of last year, or the beginning of the very beginning of this year in Ozawa's case, and the promotion immediately sees a huge turn up in attendance. The promotion immediately is drawing the biggest crowds it's drawn in forever, and the promotion just feels completely refreshed and completely revitalized by their title reign. Where I have Saya at first and Ozawa in second is, first of all, Saya, I like her ring work better. I think she's further along as an in-ring wrestler than Ozawa is. And second of all, I just, Saya had a slightly more impressive drawing with the 7,500 against Tam Nakano in Yokohama. But yeah, Saya as Flair Thesz, to me, I think she should be the worldwide winner easily. I don't think she's going to win because I think the Observer voters are dog shit now and only pay attention to two promotions in the world. But she should be the winner. Maybe Mystico, according to people who follow Lucha too, is the only other person that I would even put on her level. But really, to me, it's Saya. It's Saya with a bullet for first. Ozawa, is a strong number two for Japan specifically, and maybe like a third place if you put Mystico in there second. But yeah, I think I don't see Saya losing this award, for me at least, by the end of the year. So to me, it's very easy Saya Kamatani. Velkej, give me your picks for Flair Thesz.
Very similar. The only difference is that I have Surrey as a third place, even though I call her Sunthroat and so on. She, for some reason, the promotions want to bring her in to be their champion, invading champion, who has her title, who has their title and holds it hostage, and I guess it works. She has a hardcore following of fans that goes all around. I was thinking about putting Goto here. I decided to not do that because it felt like the Naito leaving obviously made people less willing to go to the shows, and I'm glad that I did not put him here because he lost the title. And I also thought about putting in Saito Brothers as a combined unit because they deserve to be there. But Suri beats all other options in, like, she has this weird drawing case, and at the same time I really enjoy her matches, and I have put her in my most outstanding wrestler. I could not put Mayu Iwatani in the third place, even though I have her as the most outstanding wrestler, because she has not been used to draw people in for Stardom. And even though her record so far in Marigold looks really good, I would have needed more data to change the positions. I have Ozawa as the second. His drawing record in Korakuen is fucking awesome. It's amazing what he did. And he is super deserving of this spot. His matches are usually, I am not as high on his matches as other people. I understand. It's like the personality of his character doesn't vibe with me as much as, for example, Sayaka Mitani does. There's a slight difference there. It works differently in male and female promotion and so on. The vibes are different, whatever. And Sayaka Mitani is the first. The 7500 is like, you cannot argue with that. So, and I have called Sayaka Mitani the most improved. I actually enjoy her wrestling right now, unlike I did in years past. So she is no brainer for me.
Yeah, and I want to say too, I don't think there's any good candidates from America this year. I mean, I've seen people try to push people, like there's nobody. I mean, AEW is having a good year, but like they don't. Their top champion is like not the reason at all. I mean, Jon Moxley, his matches have been completely rejected, and they just really, there's maybe evidence he's not hurting them, and maybe even drawing well. But I don't know how you could vote for somebody who's just having such horrible matches on top. So, and, then they really don't have anybody else that's like just it's been like kind of a by committee thing for them. And WWE sucks. I mean, who wants to vote for anybody over there? So even WWE fans seem to hate John Cena as champion. So, Paul, who do you think for Flair Thesz?
So my list is going to look pretty similar to you guys' lists. And like the people that I voted for also kind of, I think there's like kind of a unifying theme for all three of them. So my number 3 is Mayu Iwatani. For me, really the key here was like, I thought her in-ring was very, very strong overall, and I know Velkej brought it up that it's a very limited data set, but to me, like it's just like so obvious that there is a like Marigold attendance standard before Mayu Iwatani joined the promotion, and a completely different standard of Marigold attendance after Mayu Iwatani joined the promotion. So to me, that was enough to like push her into third place. I mean, maybe she doesn't sustain that over the next half year, but like it's Mayu Iwatani. Like I feel
sorry,
pretty
Paul.
confident.
I'm sorry to jump in. I think she will sustain it, and I think I'll replace her with I replaced the Suri position with Mayu Iwatani. Okay. But right now I could not. Like
fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me, I know it's very limited, but it was enough for me to push her into third place. And I know she wasn't really in super like big drawing positions in Stardom either, but like I feel like you have to at least give a little bit of credit for the numbers that they were doing. Because I mean, she did still hold the title, not the most important title, but she was a champion. So my number 2 and my number 1 is number 2 is Ozawa, and number 1 is Sayaka Mitani. For all of the reasons that have already kind of been talked about, Ozawa like completely turning around Noah business, and it's almost kind of a shame that it happened this year when Noah very clearly kind of scaled back the like size of buildings that they were running. I'm very curious what Ozawa would be doing with like the schedule that they were running like last year. So yeah, but they're not doing that, so I can only judge what they're doing, which is like he's doing amazing Hurricane, doing amazing basically anywhere that they're going. Match quality, I think, is really high. He's still raw in some degree, but I think he's going to get better as well. But then Sayaka Mitani, I think, is just a complete package. Just like, again, drew the biggest number. Like, drew just an amazing number for like All-Star Queendom. Like, draws amazing numbers everywhere she goes. Has amazing matches. Again, I voted for one of her matches in second so far for the half year. Like her title defenses, I think, deliver every single time she goes out there. And to me, she's just like very easily like the MVP for the half year so far, and very likely, unless she like, I don't know, gets outed as like a horrific monster, I'm definitely going to vote for her like as the number 1 at the end of the year.
Oh, forgot to unmute again. I do that one more time on this episode. Arametha, give me your picks for MVP.
Yeah. So my list is extremely similar to Paul's. I also have Mayu Iwatani as number 3. The standards at Marigold have obviously risen since she joined. We kind of took her for granted in retrospect, being in Stardom for so long, being only really involved in the IWGP title for so long. I think her joining Marigold also revitalized not only Marigold, but also kind of was a boost to her as well. And I think it was smart of them to put the high speed title on her to start, because they are saying indirectly, hey, she is going to be here for a long time. This isn't just us calling in a veteran to give us a boost at the top of the card. They want to integrate her not only with the existing veterans that they already have, like Utami and Mirai, they also want her wrestling with Victoria Yuzuki, Tanaka, Ryosato, the lower part of the card that also needs to be elevated. And she's clearly an incredibly valuable piece. Rossi Ogawa is very, very lucky to have a wrestler like her so invested in seeing his promotion succeed. The second, so I'm gonna steer. I'm gonna veer away from everybody else here. I'm placing Saya Kamatani second, and Ozawa first. My reasoning is with my understanding of valuable, right? If this piece was missing from the whole, how devastating would it be? And I feel like the difference between Ozawa's year in Noah and Saya Kamatani's year so far in Stardom is that in Stardom, Saya Kamatani, yes, has stepped up, yes, is a huge draw, but I think she's one of many great options they have for someone to fill that role. And Stardom already had a lot of momentum going into the year, going into the feud. I think we actually underrate the credit that Tam Nakano should get in all of this. She clearly is a fantastic partner for any feud, especially in the back half of her career. And I think she's going to be missed to some degree, right? Whereas with Ozawa, it feels like if Ozawa flipped to New Japan or didn't show up in Noah anymore, that's it. They're cooked. They're immediately losing whatever audience gain they had. He's about the best thing going. He's not just the best thing going for them. He's almost the only thing, right? In some ways, that's a little unfair, I think. Like, I immediately think, oh, but I really love a lot of the juniors in Noah. I really love Monday Night Magic. That was a delight. And that didn't even have Ozawa show up in it once. But it's pretty clear the way that the weight that Ozawa adds to his MVP case versus Saya Kamatani. Again, that's not to slight either wrestler, but that's kind of where I just landed on this.
All righty. Well, there you go, folks. A lot of the same wrestlers for MVP. So, if you disagree, I guess you could find us on the Voice Wrestling Discord or yell at us on Twitter or something. But I think we all kind of had a lot of the same people there. So yeah, Mayu would have been high on my list too. I mean, probably fourth or fifth. So I think we all kind of had a lot of the same people.
If you disagree, there is a channel dedicated just for you in the Super JCast Discord. I highly recommend you join it.
Oh yes, a very specific channel.
Our reasonable discourse channel where nothing inflammatory is ever posted.
Nothing inflammatory ever. Nobody hates anyone there.
No cyberbullying in this Discord channel.
No, never.
All right, folks. So we went over 4 hours. I knew we could do it. I believed in all of us.
Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations to you, the listener.
Yay.
Yeah, it's one of the other ones where I should the people who actually listen all the way in should shout themselves out in the Discord again. Like, did South Dakota Jones make it all the way to the end again? I don't know. I don't know if Odd Jobs made it to the end last time because he never said anything after I thought he would be one of the ones who did. So there you go. He could be a fake fan. But anyway, Arametha, you have the least things to plug, I think. So plug nothing you're going to plug.
No, actually, I do have something to plug. Not plug, per se. I'm going to tell y'all, hey, you only have a few days left to watch the 666 Korakuen Hall show with Ram Kai Chow and Onryu's respective anniversaries, right? I think it's 20th and 30th. I recommend watching that show. Maybe not necessarily highly, but 666 is a great scummy promotion that... it's kind of like, what if Japanese wrestling was run by dirtbags? And I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. I really enjoyed the show. I really recommend that you take the time to purchase the show on Zyko.io and watch it with the English commentary provided by Mr. Haku, who's going to give you all the background you need to appreciate it. In some ways, it's kind of a tender show, but it's also very raunchy, very funny, and just kind of a delight end to end. So that's my plug.
Paul, plug your wonderful podcast today. I still have to go listen to the most recent episode of, but I will listen to it. So I'm a regular listener.
Yes, so listen to the Emerald Flow show.
I have already listened to it, by the way. I'm better than John.
I haven't listened to it yet. I'm sorry, Paul.
I had a really busy weekend, honestly.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, in a weird way, this was less time than that episode is shorter than this episode, but I was I actually think it's a great episode. I actually really enjoyed it, but I was even more brain-lagged at the end of that episode than I was at the end of this one. But we actually ended at around the same time because we started recording way later, which I think that was the problem. I just got in way more tired than I did on this show. But yeah, listen to the Emerald Flow show if you care about All Japan and Noah, and also, we actually on the most recent episode, maybe if you're interested in that, we also talked about Big Japan as well. So go listen to it. It's a great show because I'm on it. So, and Gerard is also great. So
not a promotion anyone ever talks about anymore, including this podcast. So that'd be interesting to hear. Velkej, go plug your Actwres Girlz podcast.
Okay, I do have a podcast, monthly one, where I talk about the scummiest Joshi promotion around, which is called Actwres Girlz, which I have voted in several categories in this awards because I cannot help myself. It's called Actwres Stage. It's on YouTube. You have to search for it. I don't know even the channel. It's not mine.
I'll link the episode.
Thank you, John. Otherwise, go listen to Paul's show and go listen to John and others rant for 4 hours and so on, the other podcasts. And by the way, if you want to yell at me, you can yell at me on Twitter. I will screenshot you, I will remember you, I will bookmark you, and then I will make fun of you when you are proven wrong. Don't worry about it. I'm petty like that.
I also want to plug too, by the way, I did an appearance on the Super JCast Patreon where Joel and I reviewed the Stardom Conversion show, which I got him to watch the major matches of at least. And we also reviewed the Despy Invitational. So if you want to hear me review either of those two shows, I mean, we did talk a lot about them on this episode anyway, but you do have to go sign up for the Super JCast Patreon, I believe on the $10 tier. But it is out. It came out a few days ago. So.
Joel also offers the ability to just pay per episode. So I believe it's just $4 if you don't feel like giving them $10 every month.
There you go.
So Joel is looking for an exit from the New Japan fandom into some other fandom. All right, then.
Yeah, it's time to welcome him into the warm arms of the Stardom fandom.
God damn it, poor guy.
But yeah,
but somebody has to review Marvelous.
So yeah, that's where we're at, folks. You can hear me on that. Obviously, we'll be back on Omakase. I think the next episode I'm going to do is I want to do that Japan travel episode. I think that's my idea. And I have a little bit of time before the before the 5-star and the G1 starts and all that. But we'll see. We'll figure all that out. I still have to figure out if I'm going to have a guest on that, if I'm just going to do it myself. But I really want to get some stuff out there before people really start planning their trips. So the whole idea is to give you an introductory course if you ever want to go to Japan for wrestling. That'll be the idea of that episode. So I think that will be our next episode. I'll figure that out and, we'll get that out at some point. But yeah, you can follow us on Twitter as always at WrestleOmakase. Wrestling Would Not Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at just one MB, which I probably have to rebrand at some point because it's now referencing a unit that doesn't even exist. But whatever. Thanks a lot, New Japan. Just doing lots of stuff for me lately. But thank you as always for listening, and we will see you next time.
Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.